Change. Oh, recording. Oh, and now I have 0 in it. There we go. It's supposed to be a panelist.
Yeah, he was involved.
Well, like. Well, classic. I thought it was so. Finally, guys. Hurry down. Yay, now Brian should be.
Brian, are you there? Or do you have to
There it
independent,
is.
do you have to independently select them?
No, it should automatically do it because they're on the thing as a panelist, but
Where? You see him?
right,
How are your eyes so
I
good?
didn't,
I even have
I can
glasses
see
on.
the B and I can see the R.
Oh,
That's it.
okay.
That's about all I.
There we
All right, so I can go like this, this, and this. Remember those days?
Yeah,
Over your eye.
now I'm gonna go
I just squint.
a little into these.
I'm here.
Hallelujah.
Now, if anybody raises their hand or chats with me because they want to speak. that's
Five.
how it's
Okay, so we got everyone here, and, you know, we're gonna, let me see, do we have? Three? So you'll have to be
No, I'm
seated for
unmuted.
Scott Hamill then.
Yep.
All right. Okay, are we ready to rock it? Well, you tell me when you're ready. Because it's 7:07.
Get close and I'm sorry for that delay.
That's all right.
This chair is really.
Hi, Andra.
Hello.
Okay, glad you could join us.
And everybody can hear us?
Everyone can hear us? Can you hear us? Guys?
Loud
Andra?
and clear.
Okay. Thank you. Here we go. Let's rock and roll. It's 7:08 in the evening, and let's call the meeting to order for the Planning and Zoning Commission of May 1st, 2025. All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Thank you, everyone. How about a roll call?
Really? Angelou Millard,
She's online. Andra?
Hello,
okay,
George.
that's Andra, she's present remotely.
Yeah.
And George-
Can you hear me though?
Yes, we can hear you
Okay.
now.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Here.
Timothy Zigmont.
Yeah.
Brian Rogan,
Here.
thank you. Chairman Healy,
Here.
Scott Hamill has to be excused if I'm correct.
Yes.
John Dyken. alternate.
Present.
Okay, and Steve Biella Jr. Don't see yet,
Sometimes he's a little bit.
Yeah.
I know he's got
That's it. This.
sit.
Oh, so he may not have joined while I was getting this ready.
Yeah, but seeing that Scott Hamill is excused, I'll ask John Dyken, who is here as an alternate, to be seated for the evening.
Thank you.
All right, so let's go ahead and dive in because we have a long agenda. So the first is a receipt of new applications and scheduling of public hearings as required or necessary. And first item is site plan application of Chris Downey for a proposed 20,000 square foot office warehouse building for a contractor shop and site improvements at 0 Clark Drive, MBL 17-133-18E property of Haywood Homes LLC in the PI zone. And
So, we originally got an application that that would have required a special permit. He modified his application, so now it's just a site plan. But it's a site plan. It does not require a public hearing, so no public hearing needs to be scheduled. I am anticipating, it has a must decide date of 6/7, so anticipating it on for 6/5.
Okay,
But,
okay, Clark Drive, just remind me, where is that?
off Commerce Street in East Berlin.
Oh, it's East Berlin, okay,
So it's the dead end that goes off of Commerce Street.
okay, yeah, okay. And this is going to be on, you're thinking that June
That
5th?
is what I would anticipate because May 15th is already pretty tight with.
Yeah,
things
no,
that
I
have
don't,
been
nothing more in
postponed.
May, nothing more in May. Okay, how's the commission feel about that? You need a motion? I think
I
so.
don't think we do.
You don't need a motion?
Regular items, you don't use.
Okay.
I
No
believe,
public
I
hearing.
understood it was your practice not to do that. Sometimes you do,
Okay.
sometimes you don't.
That's
so.
right, because there is not gonna be a public hearing, you stated. All right, so, all right, so it's an FYI. All righty, item B is applications of the Cariotti Family Limited Partnership for properties at MBL 21-4 153 13, MBL 21-4 153 12, and MBL 21-4 153 11A4, a zone change from MBL from BT2 to PI. And then on the second parcel, also BT2 to PI zone. And on the third parcel, which is the 11A, from the R15 to a PI. All right, and apparently we have to open this by June 7th because of the receipt of the application, and we have to decide it somewhere by July 5th. Okay,
Can you tell me where the location of this is?
I don't, I was,
This
good
is
question.
New Park Drive. Cariotti's building is the first one on the left, on the right, on as you enter New Park Drive,
Okay.
they own that parcel. As you go south on the Berlin Turnpike, it's the two parcels south of there.
So is it on the Berlin Turnpike
Let's-
then?
Their properties on the Berlin Turnpike.
So two properties on the Berlin Turnpike
They're
south.
Contiguous to their parcel.
So that's on New Park, which is the first one in on the
So
left.
Just before the overlooked private road.
There's two, one road and then another road. I'll have to familiarize
Okay.
myself with what
Close
the
enough.
two roads are, but yes, there are private driveway roads there. One of them might be public, but
Okay,
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
yes.
Can
Yes,
I just get a little bit more clarification? Where is New Park Drive? I'm having a hard time visualizing where this is at. Can you give me some landmarks around it, please?
yeah, I'm pulling
Is-
up the GIS and hoping to share that
Isn't that where
Uh-huh.
Comcast is? Isn't that by Irving Station?
just south.
Just
South of Irving Station, where the old putting driving range used to be, that New Park is that road that goes off at the light?
Okay, is that Budney's property? I thought
Uh,
Budney owned some of the buildings in there.
So if I may, Budney is the one that has.
I think you gotta get into the mic more.
Oh,
or-
sorry. Budney's property is the one where the driving range was.
Yeah.
On the south side of New Park Drive is Cariotti property.
So it's next to the
So can you see my
motel.
screen now? Can you see my screen?
I can, but
Okay, so here's Orchard Road. No, you probably can't see that.
I
got
can't
it.
see your mouse, but I see Orchard Road.
I have to do it on a different screen. So
I see
here,
New Park. I see New Park.
here's New Park, and this is the existing Cariotti properties. These are the properties to be rezoned.
So is this the gentleman that owns that house there between, just a couple of houses next to where the hotel is, where Przanowski used to own it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Tim's saying yes.
Because I know years ago, he came in front of us years ago, when I was on the commission first, talking about this property. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Hopefully this map helps because it shows the zoning. It's there, BT2 and R15 for this one behind it.
So the
Okay.
R15, is that the gentleman that lives there right now? Kinda?
Of course, this isn't gonna load with who lives there. And which
I don't
one the
think-
house is. I'm not familiar enough with the topography with what's there.
I have to drive by to look at it
Right,
again.
this-
Yeah,
Believe this one's vacant and this one had a house taken down and this one's going to have a building taken down, I believe.
Just before Stone Drive,
Stone Drive goes
then the
through
next
to
one is
a,
over.
I have no idea what Stone Drive is.
Wasn't
I'm
before.
confused.
All we're trying to do is schedule a public hearing.
I know.
but you know, the thing is, Diane, being over here, I like clarification on what we're looking at.
Oh, no, it's no problem. Oh, no, that's no problem.
I don't
That's no
know if this
problem.
helps at all. You can't really see the property lines now, but this house, and this lot in the back. And then there is
Mhm.
another house here.
We're not seeing your mouse.
You can't see my mouse? Oh, I thought she.
I
could.
can't see your mouse, but I see the homes.
Oh, well, I give up on trying to point things out.
You
No,
need a
I
bigger
understand.
mouse. You gotta enlarge your arrow and turn it into a different color. Anyway, so we're moving.
Thank
oh,
you for the clarification.
No problem. Good questions. Okay, so, do we have a motion? Somebody.
So the suggested date is June 5th for the public hearing.
Because there's a must open date of the
Yeah.
7th.
I'll make a motion to schedule public hearing for June 5th.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Jorsey. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, by Mr. Dyken. And further discussion. All those in favor?
I,
So moved. Okay. Not the last, but the next item is the text amendment application of Arthur Shaler Jr. for Shaler Subaru. To be, that's 2.b definitions to add new car automotive dealership, auto storage lots. And 4G3 BT1 special permit uses. That's a little convoluted, so I'm not even sure I understand it.
So they're
What-
adding that phrasing as a new definition and then asking to add it as a special permit use.
So new,
T1 zone.
so in the BT1 zone, they want new car automotive dealership, auto storage lots?
Yes.
Isn't
I
that just
will
like they want a
probably
car
be-
lot?
We'll probably be recommending they streamline the title,
Yeah,
their phrase. I already have brainstormed that a little bit. But yes, it's a storage lot for a new car dealer, much like, currently the one I can think of, it's not separate from the dealership, but behind Orsini, he has behind the Acura dealership, they have a large paved area that they have stored. That was
yeah,
in their site plan for storage of vehicles.
yeah.
And the Shaler Auto, Subaru would like to store their vehicles. They don't have room on
Which-
their own site.
Which Scheller are we talking about? Because
The
we just
Subaru,
approved one
Is
on,
that one by the movie theater?
yes.
okay, Crossman moved to there, okay. They're looking to make parking lot bigger or they?
No,
Because I
they're-
just drove by there and every park place is full right now and I'm just.
They're looking to have parking at a different location. Create a regulation that allows for them to have an off-site storage lot because they don't have enough room on there.
Okay, we don't know where
Well,
that,
I don't want to give the because.
we don't know where that
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
but
It's a
reason-
text amendment. It's a text amendment they're
Text, So
proposing.
we don't know where the storage lot is.
Yeah, so so,
But then they would have to apply for the special permit, assuming the text amendment passes.
Right,
This is just the first phase of that.
right. And they may or may not come in promptly with it
We don't know.
to do it at the same time, or they may be coming in
Okay, I understand.
separate.
and you may not be feeling the love. So, I mean, it just depends with the text amendment because it's just, we've got to see what their proposal is. So do we want to set up a public
Do you have a
hearing?
suggested date for that, or it says to be determined here?
So I put determined because I had to look at the calendar. The calendar is problematic
Well,
because the July meeting isn't on the 3rd because that's a holiday.
Yeah,
So the July meeting isn't until the 10th, which is after the must open date. So
And there's-
that puts another, and there is not a second June meeting.
yeah, because of
Unless
June
you
19th.
choose to have a June meet and, unless you choose to schedule an extra meeting, which was also why I was playing with the calendar. I got a 3-month calendar out so that
Oh,
didn't
yeah,
get
'cause-
to make copies of it. But there's 5 weeks between the two meetings, so it's kind of has you must schedule it for the 5th unless they give us, for June 5th,
We're just opening up.
Or just,
unless they provide an extension or you add a meeting. So,
do they have to go on the 5th? Why can't we shove them off to July?
because they have a must open date of July 5th. And you don't have another meeting before, you only have the May 15th meeting and the June 5th meeting before July 10th.
Make a motion to put in 6/5, to open it up. Then it's, all we gotta do is open it up and we got, what, 65 days after that?
35.
35.
Once you close it, yeah,
Close it to 35 days, so.
yeah.
we could
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Zigmont. Do we have a
I'll
second?
second.
Okay, by Ms. Jorsy. Further discussion? We lost Commissioner Daley, but, so all those in favor, we have a
Aye.
quorum.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. And those
Uh,
opposed? And, Ms. Daley is, I don't know,
She has to step
excused.
away for a
She
second.
had to step away. Okay. Now, did you?
Uh,
You hold on 1 second.
Yes.
There's 2 things right now. I want to stop sharing so that, well, I can do that while you guys are talking, but you also on item B, there was a second part of that, which was the site plan application of Cariati family. Again, that only has the must decide date of 7/5. That's kind of the second part of the zone change application. If it's okay, we'll just, because it is a site plan, we'll schedule that. Once the public hearing starts, then we'll schedule it within the number of days it needs to be, but it again needs to be decided by 7/5 unless they give an extension. So-
Yeah, well, the only thing that
Well, you
concerns,
skipped over it, so I.
yeah, no, the only thing that concerns me now that you point that out is that we don't know how we're gonna go with this zone change. So I would hate to have them hang in the balance and do all this work and get something ready if we don't even know if we're gonna give a blessing to the zone change.
So it is, one of, when applicants come in for a 2-part application, they're always advised that, it's at their risk or their discretion, whether they would want to do their site plan at the same time as the zone change, or they want, or text amendment or whatever, or they want to come in separately. A lot of applicants determine that they want to come in at the same time, so they have the potential plan at the same time. Some of them might come in with just a concept plan, so you can get an idea. Others come in with the full plan. They make the application, it's the application before you.
Okay.
So, and it is kind of one of those calculated risks that are made by developers in order to determine which route works best for them and their team.
Okay, all righty. Well, thank you for explaining that to us. All right, so you need a separate motion then to clean up item B, is
Nope,
that correct?
I just wanted to make sure that was pointed
you're all
out, that
set.
It's very similar to the very first one, that no actions required, because it's a
Okay.
site plan, we'll schedule it, but I want to have these on here so you know what's coming up. And
Okay,
you see how many applications are coming up. Because there's a lot and we want to make sure everybody's aware of it.
yeah, we don't have
Already
nervous.
heard tonight, we're in
No.
trouble.
We're not,
Very
we're not
busy.
going 2 a.m.
And
anymore.
There
Yes.
is one more item I'd like to add there, but I do also just want to remind you, if you would periodically through the meeting, note the items that won't be heard.
Oh, okay, yes.
Because we do have a few people online. I never
Yeah.
turn around. I don't know who's behind me, but I hear footsteps. so-
Okay, well, why don't we add this last item? I think you have one more that you want to
I
add,
do.
and then
Mhm.
we'll review which items have been withdrawn or asked to be continued.
Okay.
Okay, so,
What is
all right.
Do you want to just add it? Because you have the
Sure.
writing in front of you.
Sure,
That's
yep.
fine.
I'll make a motion to add an item to the agenda, identified as request of Berlin Lions to add a new event to its special permit per Berlin zoning regulations 11P for Salt Lake City truck pulls. The date of the event is July 19th, So I would guess the suggested date is June 5th.
I was actually going to suggest you add it to May 15th.
May 15th.
We preemptively, because it is, you know,
Yeah,
So we're adding to the agenda first and then we do a second
Oh, right,
motion,
right.
So making a motion to add that item to the agenda.
Okay, motion by Ms. Jorsey. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Zigma. Further discussion? Then all those in favor?
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed? So moved. All right,
Okay,
then,
and then I'll make a motion to schedule a public hearing for that item on May 15th.
okay, motion by Ms. Jorsey for May 15th to schedule. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dyken. For further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So moved. Okay,
we did preemptively run the ad.
okay. All right, it's terrific. So we're wrapping up. That's the receipt of new applications and scheduling if public hearings if necessary. So now we're going to enter into the public hearing phase, but you said that there have been some folks who have would asked to be continued in advance of this meeting, and they would be,
So the applicant for 04 Rod Road, property of JSJ Berlin Development LLC. That's the corner of 4 Rod and Norton Road, has provided an extension to postpone the application to the May 15th meeting.
all right.
They did that by email in writing today. I think you should,
All right, so we'll make a
motion
motion.
that it's
Yeah.
scheduled to postpone to
So May 15th,
Yep,
May 15th.
5:15.
15.
It's supposed to close before 5:08.
but they gave a written, they gave a written
provided an
They
extension.
extended, okay.
Okay. Good catch.
I'll make a motion to accept the request to postpone this matter to May 15th.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Jorsey. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Daly. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So moved. Okay. Then who else is being postponed?
Then the other one already was postponed to the May 15th meeting. That's the Vesta Corporation for the elderly housing at 143 Percival Avenue.
Which was the old Knight of Columbus.
The old Knights of Columbus, they had at the last, I believe, oh no, they hadn't been, I'm sorry. They need to be postponed. They do need to be postponed. And it's because of a noticing error. So they need to
Okay,
have gotten their notices out and needed the extra time.
all right.
Okay, I'll make a motion to postpone item B in the public hearings to May 15th.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Jorsey. Do I hear a second?
I just wanted to make sure that we do have that extension for that one too.
Yeah, and they had to provide it or they would have failed.
Okay,
So
Okay.
It all came from them.
I'll
thank
second.
you.
Second by Mr. Dyken. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? So moved. All right, so we're on to, so everyone, I mean, I don't know what everyone's here for. I don't know if any of these items are of interest to you, but they've been postponed to our next meeting. So we're not even gonna discuss them or take them up at all. So if you were waiting for the 4 Rod Road development, which is on Norton Road and 4 Rod Road, that corner, we will not be hearing that tonight at all. We're not taking it up, so you're free to go. And we won't be taking it up until the 15th of May, which will be in 2 weeks at our next meeting. And this is something that they asked to be postponed. So if you're here for that, it's been postponed. Also for the Vesta Corporation on Percival Avenue, which is the senior, which is the old Knight of Columbus property that's up for proposed senior housing. That's also been postponed until May 15th. So we will not be hearing either item today. Okay, all right. Moving on then. On to deliberations. We have the proposed text and related map amendments of FHI Studio at the direction of the Berlin Economic Development Commission and Planning and Zoning Commission to amend the Berlin zoning regulations related to commercial zoning in the 6C SPDD and related amendment to 2B definitions and 6J and 8I 5 bulk table requirements. And that's item A. Also, we have item B, which is the zoning regulations and map amendments for elimination of 6D and 6E SPDD overlay and the SPDD2 overlay and related amendments to 2B definitions and 6J and 8I 5 bulk table requirements. These are two items that are up that our consultant FHI has been working on. And he's given us sort of a revamp of the regulations and how they would read. I know that this has been a lot of work for the commission. And so we're going to continue this part of our deliberation on it in hopes that we can either come to a conclusion or continue or whatever. But here we are. So does anyone want to start in? June?
Question, my name is not listed on I, so I'm not a part of the discussion today. Is that how that works?
Well,
Could you have been?
wait a minute. Should you have been, or were you here?
Here,
I thought you were here.
I don't remember yet, you not
We
being here.
missed one of the meetings.
4-3, were you here?
I came.
She might have been with her son. That's when your son was visiting, I
Well,
think.
Andrea's got a good memory about that stuff. Were you here?
I missed the one meeting and then I came to the last meeting.
But we're in a deliberation. Can she not participate as a commission member?
Did you review the record?
Yes.
Is the question. I know you typically do.
Yeah. All right.
So that's fine.
So she's up to snuff.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Brian.
just for the record, I did watch the public hearing earlier today from the April 3rd meeting, so I am all caught up.
Okay, terrific. Thank you, Brian. I know Andrea was here, so that's not a question. But thank you for bringing it to our attention and your honesty. Okay, all right. I swore you were here. You must have been here in spirit.
Missed one and came to the last.
Okay, all righty. All right, so
I also want
go
to
ahead.
make a clarification on this on the initial agenda that was posted. Ashley was out of the office, so that's me. Was listed as a public hearing item. It's one of the reasons we revised the agenda because the public hearings were closed at the last meeting on these items.
Okay,
And that's why it's only under deliberations.
all right.
And one of the reasons the agenda was revised.
Okay. That's good to know. All righty, so because we had so many different articles in front of us, Maureen, and I hate to put this on you, but can we just revisit just roughly what these two text amendments had proposed?
So I'll just straight from the recommendation that you got. The purpose is to remove ineffective zones and regulations from the Berlin zoning regulations. This is for wait, which one are you on? You're on the SPDD first. I'm sorry, I'll read that one.
No, that's okay.
On the SPDD, sorry, recommended zoning amendments, SPDD. The purpose was to facilitate development within the SPDD zone and update zoning regulations to respond to current market conditions. So as a reminder, the SPDD zone is on the east side of the Berlin Turnpike, just south of the Route 9. So what we have commonly called the Hilltop or the Golden Triangle. The description or purpose for these was the recommended amendments would lower the permit requirements for multiple uses from special permit to site plan, add permitted uses, and reduce lot requirements to incentivize development within the SPDD. So let's see.
Said no.
What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jim.
We made the decision on this on the last meeting, didn't we?
I thought so.
I,
So
Wasn't this
agenda-
regarding setbacks?
Or
This is, so for each zone modification that you got, that was presented to you, you took separate actions. And at the last meeting, you took actions on the BT1 zone, the BT2 zone, and the Kensington Core Area 2 zone, Kensington Village Core Area 2 zone. Those are the areas you took.
But for, okay. Let me go back to my notes. Here. Anyone else have any comment they'd like to take up?
May I ask a question? Madam
Sure, you
Chair?
can, please.
Maureen, was this about changing the lot size from 2 acre to 1.4 to 1.5? I'm just a little clarification on that. I don't have the paperwork in front of me, what this was for.
Okay.
All right, this is,
I'm gonna bring
I
it
thought,
on the screen if you can give me 1 minute.
this is the,
So, Commissioner Rogan?
yes, go ahead.
All right, yeah, I'm looking, I pull it up on my little, iPad thing that they got us. And, as far as the, text amendments to this zone, I am in support of them, or at least the ones that lower the setbacks. I do like that they're reducing the setback from 100 to 50 feet just because of how big the turnpike setback is, while maintaining the 200-foot setback from residential. I think that'll be helpful to getting a nice development on the property, as well as because there's a bunch of jumbled lots, I think lowering the 10 acres to 5 acres would also be helpful to get us a nice project there. So I do like these proposed text amendments to this property. The only thing that I would prefer more of is that the minimum of 40% commercial gross floor area, because I would like to see more commercial, but I also understand that, you know, residential is a big driving factor for developers currently. But if we could get more commercial, I'd be sold.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Anyone else?
Share.
I think when it comes to the SPDD zones, I know that they want to eliminate the overlay to allow for more development, you know, or a wider.
So right now, this is that solid SPDD. The action will be on the 2 overlay areas. I mean, it might relate, the
Okay.
comment might relate. I just wanted to clarify
No.
that, right?
Yeah,
Right
I
out in
know.
the
It,
beginning.
yeah, you got to be rocket science sometimes. Okay,
So the First Amendment is the SPDD, which is the actual hilltop itself. And then the item number 2 is the overlay, which is on the east side of the highway, west side of the highway, south of Route 9, and also the overlay that is along Middletown Road. Those are the second items, the 2 overlays.
okay, but I'm looking at some information here from FHI Studio that I had in the packet, and it talks about the recommended zoning amendment for the SPDD.
Okay.
And if you're looking at the, yeah, if I'm looking at the same one, on page 2, there's a whole list in red of what he's recommending we allow. So I'm just trying to picture that. And I'm sort of running down the list quickly here. And I noticed like the last 2 items are car washes and, well, the last 3 items, I guess, is sales and service for boat vehicles and equipment. And then which is item M, and then item N was car washes. And if this is particular to that particular, if this is specific to that particular parcel of property, I don't think that sales and service for boats and cars and car washes up there would be a good fit. I agree with Brian in the sense that development commercial property is really a bonus to the town because it draws in a lot of businesses and taxes and stuff, revenue. And it has a much lower cost than, say, residential would put onto a town. But to be realistic, just looking through some of the recommended uses to be added to that zone, I just kind of question. I mean, I would love to see medical buildings up there or research labs up there. I think that that's great. But I don't think I want to put a car wash up there. So I would probably vote to eliminate that. Anyone else? I mean, I don't know who has you want to see the list? Yeah, I know. This-
I know.
Did you have the list? Oh, okay. Let me see if I have another one. Hold on.
I'm sorry, I'm not finding it yet. I will continue to look. Shared it the last several meetings without a problem, so. So Francisco's usually on. He was unable to attend
Yeah,
today, but it's
no.
deliberation, so.
Yeah, I mean. We can deliberate for a while. Or move on. That was my only copy.
If we don't have to act, maybe since everybody needs to refresh their memory, it might be.
Oh, okay. Well,
A good idea to postpone.
discussion, all right.
Probably go do that in the restaurant, see the 2 drive-through restaurants. You know,
Do you-
do you want the larger development? Which,
Do you want your microphone?
yeah, I got it, right?
Yeah, okay, well, just in case everyone could hear.
And not
The
amplifying.
question is, do you want the larger developments? Which the top items do say that, basically, from multifamily, commercial, daycare centers and all that other stuff. Now, but drive-throughs, and that, on top of the mountain, basically. I don't know if that's needed
Yeah.
up there. I would also, because I've been thinking this, what with this, affordable housing part of it, that it says 20% of the units gotta be affordable. With a large development like that, I would like to see it 30%, which is the one of the regulation is 20%, 80% of median income. And the other one is 30%, 60% of the median income. So, if we just put 30%, then they could have a mix of 80,000 and a mix of 60,000. So they can do that type of units. The 60,000 probably 1-bedroom units because they're not gonna afford the price anyway after that, but.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Do we want to discuss this further? I see that people are trying to refresh their memories and
It
stuff,
seems
so.
like we're all at a loss because we don't have the text in front of us.
Okay,
Found it.
So at least maybe, can we read the list off for those at home on
Just
our,
found it.
oh, you got it? Oh, thank you.
So, making sure it's the right one.
but,
I
but it might actually benefit us if we postponed until perhaps, because we're under no pressure to decide any of this.
The last meeting, we said that we didn't want the 50-foot frontages. Stayed at the 100, stayed at the 2-acre thing the last meeting. That's what's the suggestions at the last meeting.
Yeah,
So that changes it a little bit of what can be put in there because of the new requirement of 100 feet away from the property line out of front and 2-acre pieces. So, like a
So,
car wash,
Commissioner Rogan,
they wanted to acre and a half, you know, we're now at 2 again.
Okay,
Commissioner
Commissioner
Rogan?
Rogan? Yes,
Yeah, so Commissioner Zigon, that was for the BT1 and the BT2, where they were discussing, downsizing the requirement from 50 feet to 25-foot setback from the highway, which is already on top of the 100-foot, natural setback that you have because the state owns the land. In the SPDD, the setback is 100 feet, so any business would have to start 200 feet back from the highway, which I see as a, detriment to any new business. So taking it down to 50 feet would actually make it match what the BT1 and BT2 is at. So I think that would be very good for this zone, and make it, congruent with pretty much the rest of the highway. As far as the sales and service for boats, vehicles, and equipment, I feel like personally, I don't really want to see any more used car dealerships. I feel like we have plenty of those and they get overpacked very quickly. But if we were to get like a nice new Mercedes dealer or Cadillac dealer that was, upcapped
a
and
Ferrari
really,
shop?
something that was clean and
No,
nice.
no, I understand what you're saying, but something it would be more of a consideration, yeah.
Yeah, like we did with Orsini's, what does he have there?
Acura?
Yeah, like that's a nice dealership and that looks good on the turnpike. So maybe we change that text instead of getting rid of it, the sales and service of new boats, vehicles, and equipment. Or
Yeah,
even get rid of boats. I don't really see a boat dealership going there.
yeah. All right, okay. Well, I think the consensus of the commission is to move on with this.
Yeah, is everybody okay with postponing deliberations so that we can have our notes with us for the
Yes,
next
because I
meeting?
don't have notes and I just got confused on that
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, okay.
So, I'll make a motion that we continue deliberations on this, item A, I, and will we
Yes.
continue both?
Yes, I think we should.
Okay, so, item AI and AII, to our next meeting of June 5th. We're gonna be
Yeah,
very
make it-
busy.
Yeah, June 5th. Okay, we have a
No,
motion.
No,
What?
May 15th.
Well, do you want it on May
I had to
15th
think
or
about
can't,
that. May 15th.
do we have to put it on May 15th or could we push it to the 5th?
You just added a number of things to the 5th, so it's.
Okay.
it's
May
valid
15th,
to
because
May
if we're not
15th.
ready, we'll just push it on again. Okay. We have the motion by Ms. Jorsey. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Dyke. And further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Andrew?
Aye.
Okay.
Is that a
Can you
yes?
hear me?
Yes, but was
Okay,
that
sorry.
an aye or an A?
It's an aye.
Okay, thank you. All right. So, yeah, so we call for the vote, so we're gonna do that. Okay.
So these are continued.
Okay. And then, the Four Rod Road's been postponed or continued, and then Vesta Corporation's been postponed, continued. Okay. So now we're on to Commissioner Business. And we have the request of Michael Honeyman for modifications to sidewalk requirements along High Road and MBL 8-3-52-1-11 and the R15 zone. Okay, so what do we have on this?
Commissioner. Chairwoman
Commissioner
Veely?
Rogan? Sure.
Yeah, I was recused from this application, so I'm just gonna continue my recusal.
All right. What if we refuse the recusal? I'm joking.
I think you'll be okay.
All right. All right, just having a little fun with you, Brian. All right, thank you, Brian, for bringing that to our attention. Okay, so what do we have on this for Michael Honeyman?
So in your packets, you do have a little map that was provided. Sorry, I'm in the wrong packet because I'm in last week's packet.
I am in last week's packet as well, so Give me a second. This is April
Here it is. So,
Site plan.
in the packet, you have, a map that shows the lot furthest to the south on High Road that was approved and then modified. The lot itself was modified. They have requested that they, do primarily to topography, that they not have to install the sidewalk in that last section, due to safety issues, et cetera. And Mr. Honeyman is here to explain that to you. He has gone through this with our town engineer and our engineering technician who goes out and oversees sidewalk installations, et cetera. They've had some discussions, and the neighbor and this is at the, as I understand it, the request of his neighbor, who is, I'm gonna say it wrong probably, but Robert Klepach. And so they've been working together as abutting owners of the land. And like I said, Mr. Honeyman is here to state his case for a modification to the subdivision to waive a portion of the sidewalk. My recommendation to them was that they ask for the waiver to be up to a maximum length to the south side of the driveway that will be installed for the new house, but because the new house isn't designed yet with exactly where its driveway will be, et cetera, because you don't have to do that in conventional subdivisions, that, you know, it'd have a maximum that's being waived, but regardless, if they ask for it to be waived, the sidewalk be extended at least to the north side of the driveway. So into the lot.
Okay, well, let's hear what Mr. Honeyman has to say.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Good to see you again. My neighbors are here, Bob and Sheila, and essentially I'm here because they are concerned with the safety of the sidewalk and the elevation that it would be at. The kids would be riding their bikes off of it. And, you know, I think it was like 3 feet above. So it would be essentially elevated 3 feet. I'm more than happy to forfeit my bond, so I would not benefit from this economically. It's simply, my neighbors have requested this. We've been talking about it for a while. We've worked with Maureen. I know several members of the town staff have come out and taken a look, and I don't know, Maureen, if they've given you their thoughts on that or not.
So the town engineer is not opposed to waiving the requirement. And they worked through how it could be designed, again, with those same recommendations that I made to their request. I do think I have a concern with regard to forfeiting the bond for it, because we don't have a mechanism for fee in lieu of for a sidewalk. So it would, in essence, be the town holding bond money for an indefinite period to until the town decided they wanted to install sidewalks there, and which would really just defer our costs, which doesn't make sense. I think it should, I would recommend a full-on waiver if that's what the commission wants to do, or that the applicant have to install it.
Can you explain this 3-foot elevation?
It's just, if you were through sidewalks, then it has to be, you know, a certain height above the road.
Yes.
So Bob actually had sent pictures. I don't know, Maureen, if you have them, where he's showing actually the great difference that would, and I think it's roughly 3 feet. So it would be like a 3-foot drop when the sidewalk would just end at Bob's property line. So if I extended it down my property, then it would be essentially a safety hazard.
Yeah, Tim, because I'm.
Can you tell me if there's a reason why it can't be modified 3 feet? Because that's not a big depth of elevation. I understand that the sidewalk's supposed to be road level, a little above road level, but if it goes down 3 feet on a slope, uh, you might have to put a little like retaining wall or something like that, just a little cement, towards the front of the property. Just to slope the sidewalk. We have that all over town, sidewalks that are not at street level. So if it could be designed not at street level and it's only 3 feet, I personally, don't like waving any sidewalks, period. But if the town engineer is saying there's an engineer way to do it, I wouldn't waive it. Well, I would take the suggestion of the town engineer.
I think I'd like to see a picture of it so I understand what I'm looking at before I can, oh, okay, all right. Voila. See, ask and ye shall receive.
That's my ability.
It's not even 3 foot.
Well,
So so that pipe, does it represent where the sidewalk is supposed to go or
Yes,
at the height?
yes.
more photos. Wow.
So it's just sloping 30 inches. I mean, if you started it further back, sloping, and then the slope's not that big. And it's coming down to the driveway or street there, whatever it is. We have so many sidewalks that slope down to another street in town. And I don't, engineering, I can see it being, maybe designed to be 15-inch slope instead of a 30-inch slope, and
Let me,
I don't see waiving it.
I just want to ask one question. The White House in the back, is that an existing house or is that a new house?
Existing.
It was,
It's on the other side of
it's-
the road.
okay, so that's the one that's right, it's next to the Tudor, the stone Tudor
Yes,
house?
that's correct.
Okay,
This is High Road here.
okay, all right.
This is the driveway into the neighbor's property.
And Sheila's driveway, yes.
That's the driveway into the neighboring property to the south. This is where the sidewalk would be at the edge of their property and extending that way north on High Road. So this is the end of what would be the end of the sidewalk.
Okay,
So if you have sidewalk, a couple feet back from the curb, right, and 4 feet of sidewalk, it would, backside of the sidewalk would require
is that where
substantial grading or something, the side
that,
in the lot,
that white line, I don't know if it's a line or if it's a pipe or whatever,
the board they put up.
okay, a board, okay. Is that the end of the sidewalk?
That's where the sidewalk, I
Hold on.
believe, is
It's-
currently proposed to end as approved.
Bob, speak. Say so.
Actually, normally it's because it's not a public hearing. That's,
I
that's-
think he's,
but-
I was going to, comment that, because this was a request of the two of them together, it's kind of their application.
Oh, okay, so that
That's-
would allow for him?
He's a party,
Okay.
in my opinion.
All right, then I stand
He's not
corrected.
the applicant to the subdivision,
Yep, okay.
but he is the one that prompted the request for the sidewalk. Again, if somebody doesn't agree with that, that's in
Okay,
your purview.
okay, all righty. Well, thank you for that. Yes, I'd like to hear what you have to say, actually.
At 999, I Road 999. The white line there, that's a 2x4. It's 12 foot long. Sidewalk is actually 13 feet from the edge of the road. So sidewalk go a little bit further than that. I took a look at it and said the elevation would probably be 6 inches higher matching the road. So it would be like 36 inches above the ground level. Now my driveway's there, so
Oh, I see.
can't do anything with the driveway. My concern is that kids will ride their bike off the edge while on my property and I have a liability suit. My wife brought up an idea. She said, if we got old people who can't see, they might walk off the sidewalk.
Well, Maureen. Oh, this is frustrating. I know Tim's love of the sidewalk, so, but I still have to ask this question. Where is the nearest sidewalk? Because I think that there is no sidewalks along that road per se. But I think there's the sidewalks, once you get to the junction, there's a stop sign. Not toward the White House, but going toward this Glen Street, yeah, where it connects, High Road connects to it. I think there's is there not a sidewalk there? Because there's,
So the sidewalk, when my recollection of the discussion for the sidewalks when he came in for his subdivision is that the Planning and Zoning Commission determined that he asked for a waiver of sidewalks on both roads. The sidewalks along for where his property abuts Glen Street were waived, as that is an open space area. It's along the stream. The development of sidewalks in that particular area be potentially problematic anyway. There was a whole bunch of reasoning, and none of the houses will be actually fronting on that. That's conservation area. The property along High Road was that basically if town doesn't start with chunks of sidewalk somewhere, we'll never get sidewalk. The town has to then later absorb all the cost of putting in sidewalks, and you get it one section at a time. That's been repeated at numerous meetings that the commission has had on subdivisions. So along High Road where he's building the houses, because the houses will each be fronting in their driveways and their mailboxes, and their kids getting on the school bus will all be along High Road. You did not waive the sidewalks on High Road for them. However, as they got into the design details of installation, this was brought up and brought up by the neighbor. So they asked the town to go out and look at it and weigh in. And again, there's no objection, but from engineering, realizing that it's a planning and zoning commission decision, not an engineering decision. Now, anything can be done. It's just a matter of how and whether it's the best decision to do it.
hypothetically speaking,
Engineer almost.
if we were, if we were to install the sidewalks, wouldn't we have to take some of those beautiful trees down to make room?
Coming down anyway.
Are they all gone? They're gone now?
I believe he took down the trees along the frontage in order to do his grading and his improvements and his infrastructure, had to put in the utilities, all that has to be done. along
Couldn't we
streets.
couldn't we use the money that would have been for the sidewalks to landscaping or putting in street trees or?
Be happy to do it. Like I said, I'm not trying to get away from the cost of the sidewalks. I would have been happy to forfeit. But I really was trying to accommodate my neighbors' request and their concerns. And the only reason we cut down all those trees originally was because we had to put sidewalks in. Otherwise, there would have been, a number of those mature trees we would have tried to keep.
Tim, I know, and then June, I think you wanted to say something too.
I thought I heard the statement that's 13 foot off the road. Where they're measuring there 30 inches and 36 inches. That road up here and it slopes down gradually this way. So if the sidewalk's put closer to the road, the grading is a lot less. Because you see the 2x4 towards the road, if you went 4 feet in, 3 feet in from the 2x4, you're only talking about a foot at the most of grading. So the sidewalk doesn't have to be 13 feet off the road. The sidewalk standards are just like a foot of grass and then the sidewalk, 4 foot of sidewalk. So you're talking about 5 feet off the road to the back edge of the sidewalk. If the sidewalk is put over towards the road, the the slope is not there, is that the
Ye-
drop is not there.
The location of the sidewalk is actually was dictated by the town. And the rationale is that if the road, I believe, is ever expanded in the future, that's because we wanted to put them closer to the road as well, because you have about a 10-foot expanse of land between the road and the sidewalk. So that's why they're located there.
You know, that's, you know, that's not the standard of the town. The town sidewalks are, at the biggest grass strip is 3 feet. And then the sidewalks was 7 feet totally off the road. But, you know, I understand the town's reasoning. They may want to widen the road. But that's not a reason not to put the sidewalks there, to tell you the truth.
Well,
You know, town would, when they widen the road, the town would have to figure out what to do at that time. But you know, that's gonna be a long time, before town goes widening that road out. You know, I just,
June, I think you wanted to add something in?
Well, I just wanted to say thank you for the photograph. I think that really told a lot for us here. And I'm concerned as someone on the commission that it's hard for us to see the actual depth or the height of what it would be placed. And it appears like it could have potential danger there. So I would be okay with not putting the sidewalk there.
What am I looking at now, Maureen?
So now I just took basically the same driveway you were just in, the photograph he sent. This is the street view from Google Street View.
Okay,
This is the driveway that we were,
that's the one with the board?
yeah,
Okay,
that's where the board is, right? Right
And-
there.
and
You
all-
can see my little cursor thing. I don't know if it's showing
Yeah.
up for everybody. And so the sidewalk is going back that way. So you were looking at it from like
like
there.
this,
I
yeah.
think you were you know, that's where the picture was taken from, about that location roughly. And you were looking towards the development.
And how much of that treat area is gone now? All of it?
Along the road, yes.
The buffering trees that I believe are on the neighbor's property and some on your property.
There's-
are still
there's-
there, right?
There are some, yes.
Between the properties, but along the street there, they've had to clear.
just another comment on my place, looking at that picture, because it gives you a different perception of the area. If the sidewalk is towards the road a little bit more, you see where that, your arrow is. You know, if the town's gonna widen that road, they can widen it to the left of that side of that road. Because you can see the right of way on the left side of it. So they got room to expand it on this way, on that picture. You have to move that light pole, but they have place to widen the road there.
I guess,
Madam Chair,
oh, yeah, Sandra, please, go ahead. Save
Um,
my comment.
High Road, this road is not a very wide road. I'm just wondering is, and they're probably not gonna widen it for some time. Is there any option to bring fill in on that side to bring the elevation so it's not 3 feet? Can something be done? Is that an option where they can bring in some fill to bring the elevation up on that side? So it's not 3 feet. I mean, I
believe
can't,
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
I think we would be bringing in fill, if you will, to bring the sidewalk to the required height. And I think that's what creates the concern for Bob and Sheila. Just to address the question, once again, on the sidewalk being closer to the road, I don't think that is an option we have right now, because all the sidewalks we've put in about over 600 feet, and they're all located essentially 10 feet off the road.
Is that on
I
this
understand that.
development?
Sidewalks do a little curve all the time, so if you're
Mhm.
that far in and you gotta curve out the edge of the road.
Hold on,
I mean,
let me
Not
just,
a big
let me walk back. So you've already installed sidewalks. You've already started that process.
Already installed, 600 plus feet.
But not there.
Not there.
No, not to that specific point.
I was hoping you didn't say that. I was hoping I misheard. Okay.
Well, what he was just saying was that, you know, there is some interest that possibly it could be moved, but what he's saying is that we can't because that's how the city has set it up. So you know that for a fact, it can't be moved because that's how it's designed by the town.
Correct. And our preference would have been to have it much closer to the road.
But,
Give more yards.
but it's not an option and they went out there and visited and they
Correct.
were agreeing with you what the impact would be.
Well, I think actually Bob and Sheila met with the folks in the field. I was not there with them.
Yeah.
But you can ask the engineer, can it be turned to the road? Is the engineer, he may have enough of a reason to put it a little further off the road. But if this section, has it been brought to the engineer to say, hey, can we move it towards the road?
We,
Looks silly. I don't know.
we can, bring questions, further questions that you have, obviously to the commission, to the town engineer before you make a decision. Or, another comment I wanted to make was while their request is for a maximum of, what was it, 80 feet?
Yes.
You know, it can probably be studied to determine if, 20 feet or 40 feet is the maximum necessary to prevent. I think you came up with the 80 as that though, correct? The 80 is the maximum that wouldn't require a step off. I'll call it a dramatic drop. Is that correct or no? Where the 80 come
I
from?
think the 80 came from just trying to tie it into the edge of the future driveway.
Because you do, there are instances where a sidewalk may stop and curve like out to the road or dead end before a corner. But they were trying to, they asked for the waiver, so it would coincide with the driveway, which was kind of a location that made sense to end
Correct.
end a sidewalk instead of somebody
Not just have a
ending
dead end.
on
right.
grass. Or ending being dumped out on the, a ramp off a sidewalk into a road as opposed to at an intersection where you usually would put a ramp. And I'm sorry, Commissioner Dyken was waiting to speak when I just added those two items. I was looking to see if I had more.
And so I'll ask
Or
Mr.
add I was looking for the subdivision map, but I'm still looking.
Commissioner Dyken.
I had a question, sir. Who's going to be maintaining these sidewalks going forward? Will you be yearly inspecting them and making repairs?
No. No, I mean, they're inspected when I install them.
Mhm.
And then after that, I believe it's the responsibility of the city.
The 600 feet that's been installed already, was that late, were the sidewalks essentially constructed by licensed contractors?
Yes.
Can you tell us who?
Omar's Concrete LLC. Out of Naugatuck.
Thank you.
I'm curious, if you would have continued down High Road, would we see sidewalk that would be connecting to? No, there's no sidewalk. This is just,
There are no contiguous sidewalks.
I'd rather see trees.
But I feel sad that you already planted some sidewalk.
Somewhere.
I agree with you.
Because it's a beautiful country setting. It always was a nice spot.
Fully agree.
Is this an elderly neighborhood? I mean, are these all young families in this area? You know,
It's a very country setting. As a matter of fact, across from the property, there was a horse farm.
That's correct.
Maine's, something, it's like a therapy farm. Maine's-
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't hear who's talking.
Oh, I'm sorry, Andra. No, I was saying that this is basically a country road. And that I pointed out to Miss Daly that across the road is used to be a horse farm. And Maine's in Motion was there. And then I was saying it's a shame that we did have the sidewalks. My thought being I would prefer to have the nice trees in the country setting. So, because there's no other sidewalks at all in the vicinity. So this is going to be a patch of concrete.
Costly concrete.
Concrete, or hopefully concrete, because if it's asphalt, it'll root up. Okay, concrete. So it's going to be a stretch of concrete that's just not connected. I understand what Tim is saying about sidewalks and how we always try to put a piece of the puzzle, but I will be long gone by the time that piece of the puzzle ever connects to anything.
I would ask.
For clarification, is this where the new houses are all being built on High Road?
Yes.
Okay, because I know it's not all elderly, because I know a couple that moved in there and they have 2 young children, so,
Mm-hmm.
um,
And from
Food
what
for
we
thought.
understand, yeah, from what we understand, it's not like the old days, the kids gotta walk down to the corner to pick up the bus. The bus is gonna stop at the end of each driveway or whatever. But, okay, Tim,
Yeah,
I think-
I would like to ask the engineer. He didn't give us
Gotta
a
use your mic.
recommendation. He didn't give us a recommendation. I would like the engineer to take a look at it and see what can be done there. Now, is it 2 steps at the end of the sidewalk down to the driveway? There's sidewalks with 2 steps in at the end of driveway too. I don't know what the engineer is going to say. I would love to hear a report from the engineer saying how can they build these sidewalks? Because again, new neighbors with new kids, my neighborhood's doing the same thing, it's turning over from older gray hairs to new families walking the sidewalks every day. Okay, it's just, you know, and this is it is a narrow road, very narrow road, okay? Walking out in the road is a lot more dangerous than walking on those sidewalks. And that's the biggest thing right there.
Mhm.
Any piece of sidewalk that you got to walk on instead of walking out the road is a benefit.
Mhm.
So I would just, right now, I would just say, let's send it back to the engineer, find the engineer, find out what their thing is. They're the one that decided that it's gonna be 13 feet or whatever off the road, 10 feet, whatever you said off the road. You know, ask them what the option is, because we didn't get that from the engineer.
I am double checking now to make sure I don't have written correspondence, because this went back and forth in emails for a considerable amount of time, and my takeaway from those conversations before we got the request, in this, by this email and this attachment, was, my take was that the town engineer was not in opposition of it. So, but I am looking for his comments now, see if I can find them.
Okay.
If he had them on it. I just also want to remind the commission that the discussion of the sidewalks as a whole was part of the public hearing at the time you approved the subdivision. I
Mhm.
just tried to bring up the subdivision screen and ended up sharing a different screen, so the subdivision map. So I don't know what happened, and then I lost it. So lost that frame. But it was all the fact that you required sidewalks along in front of the 11 lots was part of the decision for the public hearing that you had at the time of the
Mhm.
subdivision. This is a request to modify a portion, just the portion of that. So the sidewalks on the rest of the subdivision were decided sometime, well, the whole
Yeah.
subdivision was decided, but the request is limited to what they're asking for at this time.
Yes.
And you can modify what they ask for as well. I would
Mhm.
point that out, but like I said, if you found the lesser distance was
Diane, anything?
appropriate.
Any thoughts?
I'd like to say something.
You would have to come to the microphone while she's, yeah.
Part of the application.
Sheila Clay Batch, 999 High Road.
Hi.
Our property does not end at the driveway. It extends 8 feet where he put up the board. So it's Mike certainly could fill in to where his property is, but then there's the drop off to our property. So I'd just like to make that point a little clearer as a can be a drainage area for water runoff, etc. Did I make that clear?
I think so. I
Yeah,
think
thank you.
visually, yeah,
Okay, good.
I'm trying to
I-
draw it in my mind.
Appreciate her comment there, but that's town property that we're talking about. And they could put it right to the driveway if they want, because it's their town, it's town property.
Yeah, but we have to be careful.
No, no,
Because
I agree.
you don't
I
wanna
agree.
create,
Just that's town property that we're not on her property, that we are talking about. We're talking about. town
Yeah,
property.
I just
That's all I
want to,
wanted to clear.
yeah, I just also want to dovetail on that thought that you don't want to create a situation for a homeowner based on what the town property does. In other words, you don't want water running off into somebody else's and creating a problem in their lawn or whatever. So there's a couple different aspects. So yeah, I think maybe the engineer comments would probably help. But Diane
So,
was going
yeah,
to say
just,
something.
Thank you for clarifying the boundary, because that was the thought that as I'm listening to the discussion, I'm wondering how is it that the boundary is so close to the driveway? And so it was helpful for you to make that clarification. But with the boundary where it is, Mr. Honeyman can't be doing work on their property. He's only able to work to the boundary of your own property. So I understand better now what the drop off is. So I would be open to the waiver that's being requested.
Okay. Dyken, did you want, did you have a comment, Mr. Dyken?
No comment.
Okay,
My one question was answered.
okay. Andra, Brian, you are online?
No,
And
I asked my
Judy?
question.
All right, Brian, do you have any other questions or need clarification?
Abstained on this one.
I'm sorry, that's all right, okay. Okay. Commissioners, yeah, go right ahead.
I can't hear them. Okay.
Excuse me, Chairman Bailey,
Yes.
can I make a clarification? And I'm sorry, I wasn't with the screen. I love doing both jobs.
No problem, go ahead.
And I believe Commissioner Dyken asked a question about liability of sidewalks.
Well, I was asking, I wasn't asking about liability. I was asking exactly.
Maintenance
to
question,
our
okay.
Town attorney, she's exactly correct. It had more to do with maintaining it. That obviously, that could stem into who's liable and not, but certainly maintenance being the concern of, will the sidewalk be usable and ultimately could somebody get hurt?
Okay, so the sidewalk is required, and again, I'm not sure exactly how the question was framed to start with, but our town code does require that property owners maintain the sidewalk in front of their homes and clear the ice and snow and.
Which is separate. Ice and
and
snow is completely separate from repair work, as our town attorney will tell you.
Yeah, repair work, I'd have to double check the code again.
We may have a duty under local code to do so, but it's actually the town's liability.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the code reads for.
But we could still
for that.
require, in theory, require that, and that was really my question was, what if the town doesn't get to it? It goes 10 years goes by, we don't have the funding or whatever. I've asked that question multiple times about, we get grants for new sidewalks. Are we gonna be able to keep up with them? Because those grants aren't gonna be there 10 years from now to keep up with repair of the sidewalk. So that was really my concern is maybe the neighborhood was gonna keep it up. So nothing wrong with that. And certainly our local code may call for that.
So I do recall the conversations at town council meetings when they've discussed the sidewalks, but I'm not. Again, I'd have to look at the code and I could look that up, but then I won't be listening.
No.
I don't
Again.
think, no, that's,
And I don't want to do that unless you really want me to, because then I'll miss another question.
So just from a quick look, because I was looking, you have the snow and ice removal provision, but you don't have a separate provision. It doesn't appear. So for the install, in terms of the specifications that people have to comply with, there's mention of the town engineer having to be consulted for those specifications, and he has authority and so on and so forth. But yeah, it doesn't go beyond, it doesn't appear to go beyond ice and snow. And that's in section 14 of the code.
but even if it doesn't, and thank you very much for that. Even if it doesn't stop, the abutting property owners from keeping up with the sidewalks, doing repair work, things like that. So, obviously you still need a licensed contractor and building and permits and everything, but my concern is that I just don't want to see the sidewalk 25 years from now completely degraded because it's sort of off the beaten path and it's not on the town's radar. Thank you.
Any other last minute thoughts? No? Okay. Diane?
Do you want to ask about the?
Yeah, I did want to ask about the bond money. So in the event that we should decide to waive the portion of the sidewalk that the applicant is looking for, the monies that would be in the bond for those sidewalks, could it be utilized to setting up street trees on the lots that were cleared and no longer have the glorious foliage that it had, to perhaps plant some trees along those sidewalks?
So we can only use, the town can only utilize or demand the value of a bond money item be for that bond item. It's their
I-
deliberate to the item. However, I don't think it's outside the purview of the commission to ask the developer, you're not going to have to spend the money to do this, so would you enhance?
Yes, enhance the
cetera,
ones
and
that
get
were,
that to, agreed upon
yeah,
in whatever manner you choose in order to,
yeah,
to facilitate
yeah,
consideration that it would be something else
yeah, and complement,
to complement the development as opposed to sidewalk.
yeah, okay. And is that something that we would have to ask before a motion is drafted, or is
I
that
would
something?
certainly ask it on the record.
Okay,
I was on the commission.
okay, so for the record, yes, please, Mr. Honeyman. I was just curious, is if you would agree that should the commission grant the waiver that you're requesting, would you be willing to utilize that monies that would be set aside for that sidewalk to help with the replanting along the development where the sidewalks have been installed to establish street trees, sort of a beautification project so that you don't have barren land, a lot of trees, that you could kind of feather in some, whether mountain laurel or, maple trees or something, just sort of to bring back that shaded beauty?
So I would be more than happy to use those funds for that purpose. I'd have to determine how to best utilize it. It could possibly even be just to create a buffer, Bob and Sheila, from the development, because we are already installing street trees
Mhm,
on each of the new homes, which was part of the requirements.
mhm.
But perhaps there'd be a way to create a buffer that might benefit Bob and Sheila from the new development, if you will, which is something I think, we've tried to work on that in terms of, there's some trees I haven't moved to try to give them more privacy. And I'm sure we could work something out together. I'd be more than happy. Like I said, I was willing to forfeit the bond. So I'm not trying to benefit financially from it. I'm really just trying to satisfy my neighbor's concern. But I would love to do that as opposed to putting in a sidewalk essentially to
Okay.
nowhere.
All righty, so we have our answer for the record. All right, do you feel like
Would you
making
make a motion?
Yes, please.
I'll make a motion to accept the request to waive the sidewalk requirement for this 80-foot stretch as proposed, with the understanding that a buffer be created to protect the clay patches and offer them some more privacy and to work with staff on a suitable plan for that. And that any unused bond money be returned to Mr. Honeyman once the project's complete.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Dyken. Further discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just a quick question. If there's going to be 80 feet of this sidewalk that's not going to be put in, has he already started putting in the other sidewalks? I mean, why even have a
Yes.
sidewalk there at all?
Yes, they've
Okay.
already installed it.
Alrighty.
So it's just the 80 feet that's in question
Okay.
because of the complication that's come up.
I
Oh,
just
yes,
clarify because of that question,
yes.
that it will be up to, the request is up to 80 feet. It will be up to the location of the driveway.
Okay, up to 80 feet, up to the location of the driveway. Did you hear that, Andra?
I did.
Okay, great.
Because on the north side of the driveway, they'll be connecting I'm sorry,
No, they're going,
they'll be connecting the sidewalk so that ends at the driveway as opposed from the north at the driveway instead of ending in a random location.
okay. All right, so we have a motion. We have a second. Yes. Well, you gotta use the microphone. I'm sorry. I can't hear you.
That the town engineer should look at it before we vote on it. Second of all, I would question ADA on that, on the end of the sidewalk. When the sidewalk's gonna be dead end to nowhere. Okay,
Mhm.
the sidewalk is sloped down to the driveway. They can still use that driveway at the end, which is town property, and they can keep on going down the street. So with those two items, the ADA, more than anything else, because I know that they're very strict, I would ask the engineer to look at it before we vote.
I confirmed, if I may, I did ask that question to the engineer,
Okay.
department. And the sidewalk, their preference is to end the sidewalk at a driveway because the driveway
Would be sloped.
can be used
yes.
as opposed to dead ending it.
Okay,
We had that discussion and I'm confident of that response.
okay. All right, anything else, Tim?
That's my opinion, that's all.
Okay. All right, so no further discussion. So all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Okay. So, did Andra?
I said
Brian?
aye.
Okay, aye, okay. And Brian, so, okay. All right, the motion passes. All right, thank you, and good night. All right, moving on to the next item, which is a confirmation of zoning compliance for Berlin Kiosks LLC for multi-vendor use at 158 Mill Street in the CCD2 zone.
So this one I'm taking a little off guard on because I didn't realize that
I didn't know we had a
To be-
Berlin Kiosk LLC.
as up to speed on this. And so I came up to speed because I wasn't thinking about the fact that Alexa, who's been working on this one, wouldn't be here tonight. So I apologize if I'm a little, don't know if the applicant is here.
Yes.
Oh, okay,
So
well,
they
come-
should be able to answer
Come on.
questions.
yeah, come on
the-
down.
Just as background, because it is a unique use, we wanted to call it to your attention that we got this certificate of zoning compliance. we are seeking confirmation based on our understanding, and we'd like the understanding of how it'll operate on the record. That it's retail space. It'll be, with, and I guess that's it, that it will be being used in a retail location as retail use, but because the operation is a little bit unique, we wanted the Planning and Zoning Commission to be aware of it as well as to confirm with their testimony as to how it's going to be operating.
Okay, all right.
And I'll add, the health district is aware of it. They have been monitoring the products that might be sold as well, and that would be, it would be a condition of signing off on the certificate of zoning compliance. But I would like the applicant to describe their business.
Okay. Hi, how are you?
Hi, good evening. My name's Shelley Monica. My husband calls, I'm a little nervous.
No, don't be nervous.
So we've come up with an idea of, I don't know if any of you have heard of Bristol Bazaar. It's very similar to that. It's a, we're going to take about 3,500 square feet of the building and turn it into vendor booths, vendor tables, and we're also going to have some wall shelving. We're going to rent out each space to crafters and artisans who can't afford to have a brick and mortar storefront, who have a passion for crafting like we do. My husband owns Ring and Stave Barrel Company. He's a first responder that in his downtime, he takes whiskey barrels, breaks them down, turns them into furniture, candle arches. We've done several crosses for Sharky, who just passed away. We've done one for Trooper Pelletier. And it's just a passion that we've had. I've been a real estate paralegal for 33 years and I'm done. I want to go out on my own. I want something. My husband's got a year till retirement, so he thinks. So this is a passion that that we want to move forward with.
Where is it? Let me ask you, where's this location?
So
Talk to me.
the location is Josie's on Mill Street.
Yeah.
That's Josie,
Yeah.
the pet supply, or the dog wash,
Yeah, the dog
Well-
wash, is that,
the karate place.
yes,
And then there's the freestanding building where Cutting Edge was.
yes.
Right.
So when Sharon Elizabeth had their going out of business sale, he dragged me out of bed early one Saturday morning. And we kind of walked around in there and we both got in the car and he said to me, "Get out of my head." And we looked at each other like, this, that's where we want it to be. I told you this is such a passion for us to do. I apologize.
No, I think this is beautiful. All right, so just, we'll take a breath here. And so we're looking at the cutting edge.
Yeah.
All right, so explain to me this passion of how it's gonna work exactly. Is it gonna be like a flea market or
no.
please? I mean,
No.
you're not gonna try to do that to Berlin, are you?
No, we're not going to be a hex. I can promise you that. We are not going to do that. We are going in there, the whole outside of the building, the landlord is waiting for us to get our approval and he's going to be redoing the whole outside of the building on both buildings over there. The parking lot's going to be restriped. There's going to be all new lighting on both buildings. It's going to be transformed over there. What Paul and I want to do is go in, section off, and he's got, I don't know if you brought the layout with you. I don't think I have it printed. He's got a layout. I know we submitted it to Chris, our layout. Where we're gonna section off booths, we're gonna rent booths, we're gonna rent tables down the middle, we're gonna put shelves on the wall. Once the renovation on the inside is done, we're going in and we have contractors ready to go. We're ready to pull the trigger once we get the town's blessing and the town approval. The vendors will not have to be present, although we would like them to appear and show their product. There'll be one central checkout booth, which will be staffed by either Paul or myself. We don't intend on hiring anybody. Hopefully down the road we'll need to, but right now it's just gonna be the two of us, because I will be putting my job to. No, he thinks he is.
This is-
362.
That's no. Okay. All right, Commissioner questions.
Madam
Yeah.
Chair,
Okay, Andrea, go first, then on to June.
can I ask what the hours of business are gonna be?
What's the question?
What days you're gonna be open and what are your hours?
Oh, okay, thank you.
So again, we're gonna work with the market and we're proposing hours now of 10 to 4 on Sunday, 10 to 5 Monday, closed Tuesday, Wednesday 11 to 6, Thursday 11 to 7, Friday 10 to 6, and Saturday 10 to 6. But this is all subject to change. If it's busy on a Sunday, we'll stay later. If we find that on Mondays, no one's coming in, we'll close on Mondays and open on Tuesdays. But right now, these are our tentative hours.
And will you be selling any food?
If we
Baked
do bring
goods?
in a food vendor, which is not our primary goal at all, we would have to have them present their license by the state health department or is it a food district, the the regional food district? We wouldn't allow them just to come in and sell food unless they were licensed.
Do they need a permit for that, Maureen?
So the health district, as I said, is aware of the request and noted that they would have to, it depends on the vendor, what they do. You have the cottage food industries that have different set of rules that they follow under, but they would have to follow those rules for that permit that they get. And then the health district monitors other types of food that are served.
And so, correct me if I'm wrong, this sounds very familiar. That young lady that did this over at the old Labiniacs, where Cutting Edge is now. She had come in front of us and she was going to do it. Right now, she was just waiting for people to come in and it never made it, but.
Yeah, I
it
think she
sounds
lost
very
her
familiar.
lease. I think she was unable to, I think she ended up not securing that lease. I think somebody else got it. I think Chris left the room. He would know. Oh, he is there? Yeah. But I think that's what ended up happening with that one. Our main question that we had when the application came in was that question of, knowing several of us in the office are familiar with the one in Middletown or the one, Bristol Bazaar, and those have a central cash register that oversees, and then really what the vendors are in fact is almost a lot of retailers would have, say, even at the grocery store, the Coke people come in and set up their own stuff, in the Coke section at the grocery store. What I'd heard from the commission in the past is concern if, and I have the same concern, that if you have more like a flea market or farmer's market, that kind of situation where people are individually doing transactions and setting up their own tables, et cetera, then where is the general oversight for both fire and emergency access, as well as business practices being followed for all the licensing that anyone would need. In this case, this is this couple operating the business and contracting with people to bring in their goods and sell their goods. So once we got this, we'd actually already put it on the agenda and got the additional information that is shown to staff. It seems to be indicating that they are operating like a typical retailer in a retail zone. You'd also gotten this request for the kind of kiosk kind of place where they were going to be individual vendors at operating their own transactions, but in some place that it was already a restaurant. It was a different use. This property is a general commercial, and is not part of another business. It's a commercial use in a commercial zone, but does seem from the staff standpoint to operate much like someplace that would just have different vendors bringing in product.
Yeah, because it almost sounds like even though you're representing different vendors, you or your husband is going to be the cashier.
We will be the
So-
cashier. We will collect sales tax. We will do all that. The vendors will not be, and it'll be part of their contract that they're not allowed to do transactions with customers on the premises where their lease can be terminated because it needs to go through us.
Yeah, so technically, you're just running a store.
Exactly. And I made the analogy myself. It's no different than Walmart or Target with Coke, Pepsi, Lay's.
It's
Pringles.
no different than Good Cause Gifts, really, because if you think about it, Good Cause Gifts does over by the Berlin Pizza, over by the Dairy Queen. At that one point, she was taking in local artisans in the sense of taking in their product to sell, whether it be clothing or jewelry or whatever. So actually, you're basically sort of the same thing.
We are.
The consignment shop.
Part-
Goods and they sell
Yeah,
it. Consignment shop.
well, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
My husband's in 2 locations already. There's one in the old Hitchcock building in Riverton. He's
Yeah.
been in there just over a year and he's been very successful
Well, he's got those whiskey barrel things going.
at those whiskey barrels.
Yeah, you know, those old time Yankees, they love those whiskey barrels. There you go.
And we're in New Hartford, which is, I don't know why the owner did 2 so close together, but it's about 10 minutes down the road in New Hartford.
Oh, in New Hartford, okay,
So
yeah.
Riverton and New Hartford.
Wow.
So- And I have, I've been working there on Sundays and trying to get a feel of running the back end of it instead of being a vendor, being an employee. So we've got the experience of, we know what we want to do and what we know is not gonna work.
Okay. And just to reconfirm, you're looking to operate 7 days a week?
6 days a week.
6 days a week? You're
There's
definitely gonna take,
13-year-old at home that needs. a
yeah,
little attention
you
still.
need to take some time off.
Yeah, so we are looking at 6 days a week.
Okay. Commissioners, questions? Oh, okay. And then to June, or did I promise June 1st? Okay, all right, because I know sometimes I like to point out in advance. Okay, go
Um,
ahead.
So the first thought that comes to mind for me with this, what you're describing is almost a retail business, but am I understanding that you're not actually purchasing and reselling the
No.
goods? So the first thought that comes to me is liability. And whether or not each of your vendors are going to be providing you with a certificate of liability.
It's part of our agreement. It's part of our proposed vendor agreement that's actually with the attorney right now for review.
Because that probably should be something that would be part of our approval.
I'm sorry, I
The
was worried about
maintenance
something.
for them to maintain copies of liability certificates of insurance for the vendors that are selling. Because it's not a straightforward retail operation. They're not buying and reselling. So the vendors would have some liability, is my thought. And so like even with the, in your letter, you're talking about local bakers who hold their own baking and food permits. So there's cottage industry bakers that can bake out of their own homes and, you know, it's a different animal than,
That's what the health district will be monitoring, those items. We discussed it.
Yeah.
A couple weeks ago and then again yesterday.
it's my thought.
June, and then to Tim.
Well, I'm still coming off of the Pickle Fest a little bit. So, I think I guess I don't know how big that parking lot is. And you said you're related to a couple of locations that you're already selling in the Great Oak Barrels. What is your anticipated maybe draw and how do we think or hope that it might increase over time? Would we have enough parking? I'm just looking at the future.
So adjacent to the building, there's 19 parking spots, 2 of which are handicap. There's overflow in the back next to the greenhouses, and the landlord has given us permission to use that. I was running late getting here. I wanted to go by, but he was pulling the RV that was back there out of there. We met with him Sunday. It's gone. he said Monday he was, he said, yep, he was pulling that out of there Monday. Yeah. So there's all the overflow back parking back there. Of course, I would love to say that I'm gonna be Target on Black Friday morning. That's not realistic. We're hoping, you know, with one of us just staffing it at a time. We've seen Riverton and we've seen New Hartford, and it's a steady flow, but it's not an overwhelming flow. And it never has been. But we are lucky enough to have found a spot in Berlin and on a busier location than those are. But we were there Sunday morning at 10:30ish. And the karate studio was totally closed. The dog place was closed too, I believe. And there was just, like, Josie's was not as busy as we both would have thought. So I don't think parking is going to be an issue. And that was going to be based upon our hours too of, you know, a lot of infringing on the other two businesses there.
Yeah, I think the garden shop is going to open again in Berlin, that place. Yeah, and I think they're stocking now. I just talked to them, and so that might be a conflict of parking a little bit during the early garden season, May, June as well.
Maureen, just to
This
give
is
me
the-
just,
Right.
we're
This is
sharing
the
this.
place and
So,
you're
yeah, that's the place.
We're the, nope, we're
No, the
the
other side.
whole building on the right,
This whole bit.
that whole building.
I'm gonna back up a little if I can.
See if you can drive in.
If I can drive in, I don't think I can.
No, it doesn't.
Occasionally, but usually they have to stay on public streets. So that's about the best.
Right where that person is walking.
This building
Yeah.
Yeah,
here,
it's the whole building.
Josie's is down here. I think the
That's the karate with the circle
Yep,
over it,
that's
yeah.
right, Yep.
Yeah, so it's everything that's to the right. And it's the whole building?
Entire building.
So you have parking in front and parking along the side and parking in the back.
And there's parking like where the two dumpsters are. I believe those dumpsters are gone. So there's parking back along in there as well.
And
Okay.
I'll just make the comment that there is no site plan change. This
Yeah.
is an existing commercial property, so
Okay.
if in fact, at the time it was approved, it required 2 parking spaces and that's all it had, it still has the retail use, so it's really a confirmation that they will be a typical commercial / retail use that would fit,
Okay.
you know, there's no changes that can be compelled with regard to the parking, although we can ask for.
Okay.
something that-
Tim, you had a question, and I'm gonna go online and see if Andrea Rogan
I
does.
think it's a great thing to come to town. It's a lot of action for that plaza. It has been a slow plaza for a while, karate place at night, but the rest of it's pretty slow. Josie's closed Monday, the karate place.
It was Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you
No
know,
dinner crowd.
the impact is not the greatest. And I think it's a great thing for the building. I would just reiterate about the liability, which I think you guys got covered, and that the health department or any food or anything else be addressed too.
Okay. I'm gonna turn online to see if Commissioner Rogan or Millard has any last questions.
I do.
You do?
I do.
Okay.
I guess what I'm asking is, are you gonna be having any workshops? I went out and Googled the Bristol Bazaar and it looks like they do workshops.
We do intend to have a DIY room in the back with the vendors. The one that comes to mind very quickly is there's a lady who does like epoxy cutting boards
Yeah.
and coasters, and she teaches classes, and she's actually a vendor at Bristol Bazaar. And she teaches classes. So we would have my husband actually met with Marshall and discussed entrances and safety and putting up new lighting. So if you need him to answer questions, I was at work that day, but he did meet with the fire marshal and he approved the room and told him what we needed to have that room and the entire building. We do have to do some fire, like minimal signage, I believe, inside.
Okay.
Everything else
And you
is-
had mentioned that there were gonna be vendor booths and crafters. Are there going to be antique dealers or anybody coming in here and putting their goods out there?
We
'Cause-
do not want any vintage retailers or any antique dealers or any junk. That does not
Okay.
mean that there's not a couple vendors that we have in mind that repurpose and bring back to life antiques. But to have somebody come in and set up an antique booth is not what we're looking to do. We want it, an antique booth. I grew up with both sets of grandparents up in New
Yeah,
York on the Canadian border, and we went all summers antiquing, and I do not want that. Paul does not want that. We
Yeah.
are looking to have artisans and crafters in there.
yeah, so it's more like homegrown goods, homemade stuff.
Basically, if
So,
you don't
'cause we,
form it
we
with your
don't-
hands, we don't want it.
we
Yeah.
don't need another antique shop like the one on the Berlin Turnpike where everything's out in the front.
Yeah,
And you can't even walk around on the inside.
Yeah, no, it will not be that.
okay.
Will not be
Thank you.
that.
Well, thank you for that clarification. Brian, do you have any questions?
I do not.
Okay, all right. Well, Commission, what do you think?
I make a motion to approve with stipulation of liability and health department approval. And I wish him
Lots of rock.
luck.
Okay,
Need action in that area.
okay, motion by Mr. Zigmont. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Millard.
Yep.
Further discussion? Then all those in favor? Aye.
All right.
And those opposed?
And I'm glad you let the husband do a little
Approved.
fire marshal.
Okay,
These are
on to-
requirements, so.
congratulations and welcome to Berlin. I wish you lots of success.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Watch out for the fire department.
And when you see us coming in shopping, don't cry. All righty, so sweet. Okay, next item is, we're almost done, guys. It's 309 Main Street, East Berlin. Discussion and concerns and wait, what did I do? Oh, the fill permit. Oh, see, fill permits just got me crazy. Fill permit application at 1906 Berlin LLC for 600 plus minus cubic yards of fill at 1906 Berlin Turnpike MBL 21-2-1115-115-7. What is this for?
So.
This is not for,
Oh, hold on one second. This is for Pat Snow's 1906 Berlin Turnpike project where he has to bring in fill in order to fill in the foundations and the areas where the septics were taken out and the buildings were eliminated. He had emailed me earlier noting that he was going to have trouble getting here, but would monitor because he realized when the executive session was taken off, he hadn't realized that this was scheduled, but he wants to get this done so that he can progress with that site. Because right now he has holes where the foundations are taken out. So I think we're trying to reach him. And
should we go on to the
I'm gonna
next?
check my emails to see if he has emailed. But give me 1 second to look at my emails and then.
That's the other
and I
thing we-
don't think that
Because we are,
heard back. Have you heard that? Let me just check my emails quickly because I do think the other item might take a few minutes, so I don't wanna bounce them if it's not
I think-
necessary. If you don't mind the
oh, good,
2 minutes.
okay,
He
Look for his-
took down the hotel, right?
yeah.
And that's what he's trying to fill in the hotel
Yeah,
area.
sure.
Yeah, and the dirt is coming from the other project. Is that what I read?
Yeah.
Or
Again, I don't want, I mean,
Snow's the other project?
I would like him
Coming.
to
From
address.
access from 1676.
From 1676,
Thought
the
I-
other project, up to, next to the antique store that she just brought up.
Yeah, so he told me he would keep track of the timing. That's what he told me early this afternoon. So if we don't have. him in a minute-
I don't have any problem with this idea, at all. It's a very short distance. As long as he goes with the times that town has for structure running trucks. I I don't see a problem.
May I ask a question, Maureen?
Sure, go right ahead.
The dirt that he's gonna be bringing in, is it the dirt that he originally removed from little houses and put over at the house that he wasn't supposed to be dumping them at?
We're waiting for clarification on that, but we have suspicions.
He does say in the, so I think Tim just read part of the application, but I'll reiterate, the source of the fill is, source of material will be from excess at 1676 Berlin Turnpike site. This fill is being requested as part of the demolition of the existing building at this address. Which, and then he gave the permit number for that.
The reason why I asked it is because I know Paulie went out there to talk to him about why he was dumping that dirt from little houses over to that other house, and he was told to stop, and he was told to put it back. And
he
it
did.
hasn't gone back, so I'm just
No, it
wondering.
hasn't. I thought it did.
No, the leaves just grew on the tree, so you can't see it now. But there, the piles are there.
My recollection from some of our deliberations on the project were concern about the compaction of fill and what the quality of the fill was. So is that a concern with this?
Well,
I think
yeah,
it's always a
supposed to be
concern.
tested, well, where the motel is, if they're
Might
filling in
be.
where the motel would. If he's filling in where the motel is, no. The site that they filled in years ago and don't know what the material was put in
Right.
there is not at the motel, it's beside it, basically. So
Yeah, but he
that test still can still happen.
Yeah, but he was still bringing fill in. So, you know, where the house was, he was just like dumping it right to the right, not as far as the motel, because the motel was still standing,
Yeah,
but he was putting piles there. And so I want to know,
well, you
I
gotta,
mean, what happened to those piles?
he's
So
still.
without, excuse me, but without the applicant here, I'm a little concerned of discussion. on
Okay, well,
his
why don't we,
absence. So I would suggest, we have tried to reach him. I did verify, my last email said he was gonna be monitoring and trying to join. I would suggest that if you see fit to skip this item, you can either return to it or decide not to.
okay, well, how about we move on? Do we need an action just to move on to the next item and sort of leave it open in case he comes in, or do you want to go ahead and close it out?
So it's not really opened or closed, but
No,
you can
we
just
don't-
decide
Pass it
to
for now. Yeah, right.
All right. Okay, we'll be passive. All right, so moving on to 309 Main Street, East Berlin, discussion of concerns and possible modifications for approved site plan, special permit for construction of multifamily development. So, and do we have information on this, Maureen?
Yeah, so basically to start with, staff would like to provide a summary of this item. It'll take me several minutes. It's a couple pages long. And the concerns pertaining to Planning and Zoning Commission. And then after the developer makes his request and hopeful resolution of applicable items and a determination if any is needed for posting for a modification to the special permit or otherwise scheduling. So go through the items. Some of them you may be able to handle, some of them you may decide not to. You may decide to handle everything. You may, you know, I just kind of want to go through everything. I have in my notes then listed the items so that we can go back and talk about each item separately. And then other items may come up in case I missed anything, but I tried to be comprehensive. So that's my request, and Mr. Kokomo's here, and I think of more team than that. I thought I heard more voice. No, oh, only Mr. Kokomo now. Everybody else left the room.
Yeah.
So,
All right,
Um,
let's hear what you have to say.
Okay, so,
Well, we'll hear what you have on the item.
okay, so, and I'm gonna read most of this because I think it just helps with clarity. I worked on being clear. This is the multifamily project that was approved in 2022. Most of you may remember it. We're talking about the project at 309 Main Street in East Berlin. It's the second property north of the intersection with Mill Street. A quick recap of the approval. It included rehabilitation of the existing two-family house and 5 new buildings with 3 or 4 townhouse-style 2-bedroom rental units with a garage in each for a total of 19 units. And plus with 3.6 acre conservation area to the east side of the 6.8 acre site. It was originally presented by the developer, would build and occupy on a sectional or phased basis. And that was confirmed at the last meeting that the related sectional bonding was appropriate. So we did discuss that at the last meeting. He has asked for certificates of occupancy on new units. I just want to note that the original house didn't require a certificate of occupancy because it had one. It didn't require a new one. So the bonding is being done now that he's asking for COs. There's ongoing construction of the project, so unfinished site improvements that pertain to the entire project or the undisturbed area have been, or the disturbed area rather, have been calculated for the bonding. Site bonds are authorized and required for site improvements that are part of the plan but can't be completed prior to CO. Site bonds are separate and may be in addition to erosion control bonds and public improvement bonds. So, and part of this is for the record, and most of you know these things, but to clarify how each of these items work, I think was important as a reminder to everyone. The bond was calculated with an updated inspection as of the date of issuance, which was last week. Mr. Kokomo received the bond and expressed concern about some of the items and the expected site work. Ultimately, we received a communication that indicated the developer intended not to comply with some of the items on the approved plan, and in consultation with Corporation Counsel, determined the matter should be added to the agenda. I'll note there is also an enforcement action through the building department because of occupancy before the issuance of the COs, and policy has been established by the building department that they will not do final inspections for CO until all other departments are signed off. This was established to prevent what had become a trend of permit holders thinking building officials' inspection was final and all that was needed, and allowing structures to be moved into. It does not prevent ongoing inspections for other types of permits, including the trade permits at a project. And the remainder of the site and the other buildings can continue to be worked on and proceed with construction inspections unless there are other reasons not to. P&Z's policy is we sign off on the CO on whole buildings, not individual units. In other words, if a structure has 3 units, zoning items for the structure and related site improvements need to be complete or bonded before we will give this zoning approval for the structure. Zoning approval is required, the individual COs, so that the building department needs to issue by unit. So we do a whole CO sign off from zoning standpoint, but each individual unit actually receives a CO from building department. Now I'm going to go through the items I am immediately aware relate to compliance with the approved plan that need to be addressed before zoning sign off for any certificates of occupancy. Outstanding and modified items were called to our attention by the developer and through town department inspections. General purpose of this item is to review those items, which includes some requests by the applicant for changes from the approved plan, and determine which, if any, or all require a site plan amendment and/or an amendment to the special permit. Remember, multifamily houses or multifamily developments are special permit uses. I'll try to go through them quickly, and then, as I said, can go back, and I would suggest you hear from the applicant as well, for reasoning. We'll start with the fence. So basically, it's off of the bonding sheet, but there are some other things that may come up. And I want to hit all the items because they might come up otherwise anyway. Some of them might not be much of an issue. The fence, a portion of the northerly border of the property was to be fenced with a white vinyl fence. At the developer's request at the last meeting, we asked if the approved fencing along the property line, staff did, on his behalf, if the approved fencing along the northerly property line could be eliminated and screening trees added instead. The commission was not in favor of that change, and tonight the applicant is present and expected to ask for reconsideration with his explanation as to why. Retaining walls. The approved plan shows a retaining wall of varying height behind and on the north of the buildings with units 3 to 5 and units 17 to 19. The applicant is asking that sloping be used instead and has submitted a letter from his engineer. However, the town engineer needs to see the new design for the sloping detailed on the plan for his review. Our attorney did bring to the applicant's attorney, Attorney Reiner's attention that the developer's engineer should appear to explain the modification. His engineer, I checked with our engineer and he has not spoken to their engineer. This just came up all these items came up this week. So, timing obviously is an issue. So we did get his letter, but they haven't spoken and we have not seen a plan. Until resolved, it should remain on the bond. The commission should determine if they want the presentation to be for them or if a modification should be to the town engineer's satisfaction. The required, otherwise flat outdoor space, private outdoor area would have to remain compliant behind those units. Sidewalks and ramps. Sidewalks within the development are shown on the approved plan as concrete and with the detail for ramps. Therefore, the bond was calculated using that information. The applicant has stated he intends to install asphalt sidewalks and should explain his concerns with the ramps. He also had concerns with regards to the surface and the ramping. Mailboxes. The plan calls for a bank of mailboxes, primarily due to the post office requirement for congregated mailboxes, a bank of mailboxes for new developments. The applicant installed individual unit mailboxes and indicated that the East Berlin Motor Postmaster also authorized that, the individual installation. Staff determined at that time that it would be, when he said that it would be a minor staff change if we received authorization in writing from the postmaster. To date, that authorization has not been received. So that remains outstanding. And I think on the bond list, I'll have to pull out the bond list again. Streetlights. Streetlights have been installed, however, are not the design on the spec on the approved plan. Mr. Kokomo has provided some photographs, and I do have a little packet of some photographs to share. We didn't copy all of them or make a lot of copies. Mr. Kokomo has provided photographs and is expected to request to substitute the design. If they are not installed, and any that may not be installed, I didn't double check the count on the pictures, would have to be bonded. There were other notes on other bond items that I'll just mention because they're on the bonds, is the tracking pad. Tracking pad referred to and listed on the bond sheet. We clarified with Jim Horrible, who calculates the bond. And his statement was that they should be in place and maintained to collect the debris as equipment and vehicles moved from the exposed areas between phase 1 and phase 2, tracking onto Main Street, along with filtering runoff from phase 1 impervious areas due to the lack of completing the storm drainage and its outfall collection system within the site. So there's still debris on the site that needs to be tracked or shouldn't be tracked. So we need the tracking pad. The rain garden, there was a question about the rain gardens. The rain garden in question was designed to collect and disperse rooftop runoff from gutters and downspouts, which have yet to be installed on the structure. So the downspouts have to connect to the rain garden in order to be effective. Turf establishment pertains to all unvegetated and exposed surfaces within the presently disturbed site. So bonded is or calculated in the bond is the detention system, and that is you have bonding for or in not only the detention system, the many buildings, I said, the last two buildings, the last two banks of buildings, it's disturbed. So it would be for loaming and seeding that if they never got built. There was a question or confusion with regard to the newest building code and requiring accessible ADA compliant units. The assistant building inspector confirmed right before the meeting that none are required because there are less than 20 units in the complex. So that, in case it gets mentioned, I wanted that cleared up on the record. And as a general update, administratively, after review by council and staff, Mr. Kokomo has to have his affordability plan updated for filing prior to sign off for occupancy. We've discussed elements with him with him and or his attorney, and includes identifying the affordable units on the plan that gets inserted into the document on page 5. And the administrator that needs to provide his credentials for review and then come to town hall and execute an affidavit of the same. So those are the items. I think any of the things that, as I said, Mr. Kokomo is asking for modifications to, commission should hear his reasoning for those and or your comments back.
Okay, all right, yes,
I'd like to speak first on this project,
okay,
because I drive by it 3 or 4 times a day. There is still occupancy there in a non-CO'd building. I had brought it to the town planner that occupancy happened. The tracking was coming out to Main Street of the trucks. The erosion control is not completed. There is all the items that you stated, not done. I would not approve any modification to the plan that we did already. Because that's what's agreed upon. I personally, not just Mr. Kokomo, but I personally had enough of the developers coming here, showing us a nice looking plan and then doing what they want to do. That's not the way it works. We have regulations. We have things. The regulations have not been followed. I see safety hazards on that project. I watch the builders driving by. I cringe, just like I said to the condo people on Berlin Turnpike that got caught for the safety violations of the workers. And my recommendation is to stop all production on that property until a plan can be instituted between the town, us, and the town engineer, and the town inspectors, all together, of how this will be brought into compliance at this time. The sidewalks are supposed to be concrete, and that's what they should be. I don't remember if there was supposed to be concrete sidewalks on the frontage, but there is not. Okay. The home, the single family home, I would double check because I don't know. Couldn't walk up to the property or get on the property to look, but I would like to see if the siding on that house was supposed to be hardy board and agreed to. I don't think it was, at least from my side from the road. If it is, I apologize. But I am dumbfounded that any developer will do it like this. This particular developer has done it many a times to us. Okay, and we modified and thing from wetlands to other things, okay? We modify plans. To me, builders should do it the way they planned. If there's an engineering reason why, it should be brought to the engineer, our town folks, and told us why they can't do it that way. We don't have that. That's my opinion.
Is that a motion?
I could make a motion to stop production on that property.
I don't know. Well,
Well, it is, there's the violations are there, that we can enforce the violations. This commission can, it's not being built to our approval.
all right. Well, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second,
No, okay, hold on. All right. Our attorney will address us.
Please.
So this is on your agenda to provide a status. It was done at my recommendation, and I advised Mr. Kokomo's counsel that it was going to occur because of our concern, having received email correspondence in response to the bond estimate that, as your town planner indicated, contained statements from Mr. Kokomo, written statements that he intended not to comply with certain requirements of the approved plan. So that's why it's on here. I think that your planner has done a very good job summarizing sort of where things stand. There are some additional details. It's a fluid situation, I'll say that. For example, on the affordability plan, we did get a resume from the proposed administrator. Things are in motion. Staff has been, from my perspective, very good about, in terms of coming up with the bond estimate, getting out to the property multiple times as, different site work was completed, to try to get that amount down. But there are many of these items that are on the estimate that was given. It was provided, I think, last Wednesday or Thursday. We received response from Mr. Kokomo on Monday. But I think you should give him an opportunity to address you. He has, on some of the items, some very specific reasons with regard to why he would like to pursue modifications. And I think for the benefit of all, in particular your staff, you should hear him out and we'll go from there. Maureen and I may have more comments. Listen, I understand the frustration. I do. It's been very frustrating for staff, again, because the fluidity of it. Your building officials are upset because they issued enforcement action after the first unit was occupied without a certificate of occupancy, and then the second unit got occupied. And then another inspection was requested despite the fact that there is not zoning sign off, and we're trying to work through some of this stuff. So, it is difficult, but, we work through these things. Certainly, your planner, your staff, you have a zoning enforcement staff. If you direct enforcement action, that is always an option. They serve as your agents in that regard. But let's get through this in a detailed way. Because you may find that there's some items that you may agree with Mr. Kokomo on. But there are a few other things we have to talk about, but let's turn it over to him. Let's hear from him. Thank you.
All right,
I'll second.
no,
No second.
Oh, someone-
no, there was a second. Andrew, would you withdraw your second so that Tim can withdraw his motion?
If I have to, yes,
Yes,
I withdraw
okay.
my second.
All right,
At this time, yes.
okay, fine. So there's no motion on the table. Go ahead, Tommy.
Hi,
We'd like to
Madam
hear,
Chair.
yes, I'd
So-
like to hear what you have to say.
So yes, it is fluid. Thursday around 3 o'clock, I received the bond calculation, and Monday morning I wrote to Maureen. I'm sorry if she took it like I was trying to I don't know what the term would be, say forcefully try to make some changes, but what I said was, I believe I'll go by the easy ones first. I did say I wanted to put in sidewalks. I did say I wanted to put in asphalt because this isn't a public street. It's going to be a private property, and most towns are now moving to asphalt. It's better in our opinion, but uh, I think I'm just gonna acquiesce to that and just do as planned with concrete, although we don't like them. And then when Maureen brought up the ADA approach, I thought even worse, concrete sidewalks for ADA purposes aren't bad, but now that ADA is not, or are bad, but now the ADA is not required, and I thought we reviewed that 2 years ago. We'll just stick with per the plan, the concrete. Mailboxes, Maureen and I spoke on the site about that, and Maureen did say if that was approved from the town postmaster, that she would handle it via staff. We did install, trying to make a project that really attractive. We installed these Walpole, your favorite tenants, Walpole mailboxes that cost about $750 a piece, nice white ones, and we did everything to match over there, so everything's matching. And we did get an approval verbally, and then I went down to the postmaster today, and I was told by her and by this gentleman Jamal that they would have a letter for Maureen as soon as possible. So I think I'll have that for Maureen. Those are for the mailboxes that they're going to accept rather than the big ugly box at the top of the street that apparently all new subdivisions may require per post office, for the post office, but they're going to give me an exemption. Tracking pad, I think there's a little bit of confusion between me, Tim, Maureen, Jim, everyone. So I spoke to Jim, and the tracking pad that I thought I said to Maureen in the email, why would I have to bond a tracking pad? We have asphalt. And then I realized that between phase 2 and phase 3, they wanted a tracking pad, so we put that in. Not a lot of money, but in any event, those are easy. Rain gardens are complete, but Maureen's correct. The leaders are not tied into them. So I guess they want to keep that bonded. Turf establishment, I said that I thought that after that the turf was pretty established after all the rain we had on Saturday. But who knows? The detention system, that's correct, and it's not in, and we would bond for it. And I'm willing and able to post the bond. There was biggest issue with the bond was retaining wall, and about a year ago, I turned a plan in to the engineering department, and somehow they didn't see it, or it's not around. But in any event, I did have my engineer write a letter that I believe Maureen and Corporation Council has, that says that's not necessary any longer. So that retaining wall was to retain soil, and there's no reason for it to retain the soil anymore because the sloping works, and it was conceptual in his plans. But just like the gentleman that was here with the sidewalks before, that was looking for the waiver because of the height, around 3 feet, you can fill And if you left those sidewalk in, you could have filled the sides and then you wouldn't need, it wouldn't fall off. So this works in the opposite where uh, it's not as high any longer because we brought the foundation up, right? And we had excess fill. So now the difference isn't there any longer in height. So there's nothing to retain. There was one little spot in his letter that said boulders should be used, and we had put those boulders in. So I'd like to, he's an engineer, he stamped it. I'd like to have Michael Ahern review it, and Jim generally comes out in the field, and maybe you could leave that up to staff, right? That's what we're hoping for. And then the only other thing really there was two things really that I wanted to ask this commission about. I didn't think the retaining wall would have been, this commission, I think it's more of an engineering thing, but that's up to you. Were two, and I've been to this commission a lot of times, and I've heard this commission on multiple times. I know staff has as well, that you don't like white vinyl fences and you like trees. I just heard it tonight. You like those trees, and all I said was, and I sent some pictures in, is I think if we're going to talk about consistency and my inconsistency, then let's talk about consistency in that whole area where the fence is. We did not cut the trees and we left them, and I sent some pictures up. We have to cut trees to put up a white fence to block a field, and that field maybe could be developed in the future, maybe not, but it was part of the approval, and so I was asking to get it changed because it's a country setting back there. There's 12 acres of just open field and trees, and to put the fence up, it just doesn't make any sense. But you said last time no, and I wanted to ask you today. And then the only other one was streetlights. Again, we want to have an attractive development over there, and so we're using wall pole light posts. And I thought in our regulations that I might not know 100%, but that there is the ability to have other lighting in developments. Now, this is not a public street. This is a private road, and we put up, again, wall pole white light posts with a nice ornamental fixture on the top. And all I said to Maureen is that I don't want to put up ugly looking commercial style lights. I think that's a fair alternative, especially when I'm going to own them and maintain them. Now, so in conclusion, per that bond that I was given on Thursday, I guess I have only 4 issues. One, I'd like to see the retaining wall dealt with on an engineer. It doesn't need to be there. An engineer said it. I know you need comfort from your engineer, and that's fine. That's one. Number 2, I'd like to rethink the fence. And then 3, the lights. I believe there is something in your regs that allows for other lighting. And then 4, the mailboxes. So other than that, I think everything's fine, and I'm ready to post that bond. And yeah, one of those tenants that was living in there was my brother's son, who really isn't living there anymore now. So he was in there, and I'm well aware that Tim informed Maureen. I was told on that, and so we want to post our bond, and we want to get this subdivision moving in the right direction. I don't understand why there's the acrimony coming from Mr. Zigmont, but I think that the subdivision, I don't know, what he's talking about in regard to safety or so forth, and what we've done that's created such a negative effect on him, other than built nice buildings. So I apologize for doing so, and I apologize for upsetting you if I did, and I don't know why. But And I apologize maybe for keeping you late if that's the case. I just think that engineering should review a retaining wall. Don't think, I just want you guys to, I don't like, you don't like it when I talk out of both sides of my mouth, and I don't want you to do the same when I hear that vinyl fences are no good, and I say, Maureen, I think you should have the ability. And she said, no, I'm here. Maureen, I think you should have the ability to waive the light post. Nope, that's why I'm here. Maureen, I think engineering should look at the retaining wall. Nope, that's why I'm here. So I would hope that those simple items you can look into and think about, and I'm willing to answer any questions you may have.
So before he steps away, there is just one more issue too. So the next building that's being constructed after for units. So there's been an addition of bedrooms. They, as it Maureen indicated, the approval was for 3 to 4 2-bedrooms in each of those 5 buildings, and this next building that's being
As one
constructed
3-bedroom, yes.
has 1 3-bedroom.
As two.
One
Well, it's under construction.
that framed as all
So
3
The floor plans that the building department noticed a change to the architecture and the framing and realized that the floor plans they had the same floor plan for all the buildings, I believe, right?
They're the same floor plan, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So then they noticed in inspecting this building that there was a change and requested new plans, updated plans. And the updated plan shows 3 bedrooms on the 2 outside units, center unit.
That's right, there's
3
three-
bedrooms on the 2 outside units, 2 bedrooms on remaining in the middle unit.
It's updated plans. They requested updated plans and I sent them in. So what we did was, there was a room upstairs that was like an office and we just enlarged it on the outside units. But I didn't think our special permit said only 2 bedrooms that I filed on the land records.
What the approval did, like that's
Oh.
what the plan said they were all 2-bedroom units. So that's what you reviewed for approval, was 2 bedrooms. If I may, just before we go any further, I have pulled up on my screen email with these photographs. These are the photographs he's referring to when he's talking about several things. I only made, well, actually, you can take my copy, if that's okay, because I can make more tomorrow. So there's 5 of you, and then I'll share my screen so that Ryan and Andra know what's happening or know what you're talking about. You're gonna change the screen.
While you're,
Photographs.
and while you're looking at those pictures, I did forget about the plan, the affordable unit. This is where I'm confused. I did give you, I highlighted it and you said that Jennifer said that maybe we change it. And then you said you would get back to me once you talked to Jennifer. And
So
I never, we
so-
talked in the field.
talked at the counter. Alexa actually reminded me of exactly the conversation. But we had the plan. You were moving, you said that the units were rented already that were being built. I don't, except for in unit 3, 4, 5. And I didn't think that was, it was mine.
Right, you didn't think
My
that was a good
understanding
spot.
Of an equitable distribution.
Right,
Was that it should be in one of the more private units, so to
Right.
speak, further into the site. So the agreement was you would modify the plan for the next building you were going to be constructing.
right.
And the plan, but per the affordability plan, it has to be 8.5 by 11 in blue inserted in, and you were going to be bringing me back a plan showing it
Well,
in that new building.
but no, but you did, yeah, that's correct. That's all correct. But you did say you were going to speak to Jennifer because you said that she wanted it to be,
I just confirmed with her that
Yeah.
that was, that she felt it was equitable as well. but
right. And
that-
I never
it-
heard back. But if that's fine. I mean, I know we're
Okay, we didn't
splitting
have a-
hairs. I know we're splitting hairs, but when you say I got to speak to Corporation Counsel, I'll get back to you. And I just didn't hear. I mean, it's not a
Okay,
big deal, but
I did chase you out the door one day when you came and you drove away, jumped in your truck faster than You picked up your bond check and I ran out of the building looking,
Okay.
and he was gone.
All right, because the hour is getting late and we want to be able to focus.
Request,
No,
we've
good
got
focus
this
on it.
issue about the retaining wall, and I'll just weigh in on that. I did speak to Michael Reiner, who represents the Kokomo brothers pretty regularly. And, you know, we discussed the fact that the proper thing to do on the retaining wall is to submit a modified plan. That is what your town engineer has asked for. He did in fact look at the letter that was signed and sealed by OCC, which is the project engineer, but he's not satisfied with just the letter. He wants to see it on a plan. So we need a revised plan detailing that removal of the retaining wall and what's being proposed with regard to grading and so on. So that's the proper way to do it. You know, removing something like that, you know, we don't think either your staff, professional engineer, or your counsel that that's appropriate. So, and I think Attorney Ryder did agree.
Well, that, no, I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's fine, but I guess maybe my question is it okay if it's not necessary for your staff to review? And if they say, nope, build the retaining wall to retain nothing, then fine. But if they say it's okay,
Well,
then that's all I'm asking for, I guess.
may I ask a question?
On a plan.
A very basic question. When the Planning and Zoning Commission approves a plan, and there's a meeting of the minds between the developer and the commission, and it's agreed upon all aspects of the plan, whether it be lighting or fencing or whatever, is this not a binding contract between the town and the developer? In other words, the town is giving an approval for something to be built, and the developer is agreeing to build it according to what it has presented to the town. Am I correct in?
Well, there to be proceeding within the corners of the plan. Absolutely.
Exactly.
But tonight,
So,
but tonight you
but I-
waived something.
You also have the ability, yeah, that was sidewalks. Okay.
So,
Let's-
As
so,
opposed to a retaining.
Mr. Kokomo,
Let's just.
all right, no, I am being serious. I'm being very serious.
Hear it.
Here's my question to
Yeah.
you. If you're a developer and you have this contract with the town, which we agree the plan is, the corners of the plan, and you want to deviate from that, would you not go back to the source of the approval for it and not to the post office general guy or not to Walpole? And to, you seem to go outside. You see, you know, you got this problem with the mailboxes, so you go to the postmistress or master in East Berlin. What the devil have they got to do with the plan? They have no knowledge of what you've agreed to.
You're right. That's true. But when
Yeah,
I
so-
spoke, but that's what I'm saying. You are 100% right. But when I said to Maureen, and Maureen said she could handle it because, in fact, so I think that becomes moot. When you're talking about a retaining wall, okay, you are correct. But is it binding? Like when you see how, like none of those houses have all those have decks, all right, on the back of them, but I didn't build decks. I put patios in. Does that mean I have to come back for you there too? I mean, that there are
I
some,
would say to you, Tommy, what's on the plan?
I mean, but you're right.
No, honestly, I would have said,
But you're being, with all due respect, Madam Chair, when if I'm moving things around, you are 100% right. If you're looking at that, a retaining wall, just go on AI and ask them what the definition of a retaining wall is for. And you right, and you're right, it was on the plan, but it has no, it's not necessary now. So I thought, what am I bonding for something that $100,000 for something that is not necessary? All right, so
Wait a minute though. You're talking about the fact that the drainage is not complete.
100, no, Jen, you're wrong. I'm
Retaining the retaining wall is not 100.
85,000 plus 15 grand. You tell me what that 15%. What does that come out to? 94,000? I'm
Well,
sorry.
I don't
I can
know.
ask you that question
Well,
upfront.
I'm supposed to be running the
Thank you.
meeting. Thank you. So you really do have to direct any of your vile,
I'm not,
hideous
I'm not
remarks
being
to
vile.
me.
I'm being, you said to me, and I agreed with you. Okay. And yes, you run the meeting, but you know, look at the plan and all I said to Maureen was, I wanted to do asphalt. And I'm telling you, I don't. Now, I wanted to change the lighting. And I'm here asking you because I thought within the regs, and I think Maureen will tell you, and I don't know, the regs, that you have the ability to make change. I'm putting them up white post as opposed to a commercial post on
Okay.
a little.
This picture that you sent to us, it shows the mailbox and it shows a lamppost.
Okay.
And the lamppost looks like it's in front of somebody's yard. Is that not the street? Is that the street lighting that you installed?
Well, all those locations where all those
This picture here, is that an example of the street lighting that you installed? It's on the second page, right there. I just want clarification.
Yes, that is the example.
All right, so that's not that's not a lawn light and it's in front of somebody's units, but that's supposed to serve as a street light?
It's supposed to serve as a street light.
Yeah.
Uh,
How tall is that?
About 9 feet tall.
How tall is a regular street light?
12.
12 or maybe even more? You see what I'm saying? Is that you've given me a front lawn light instead of a street light. And you gave me a mailbox instead of a bank. And by your own admission, you paid $750 a mailbox.
Yeah.
That's $15,000 for a mailbox. Do you want to know what a beautiful bank? You could have done something with nice stonework. You'd have Mason come in, probably saved you a couple grand.
Yeah, you're right. But you know what?
Mm.
You should it's attractive down there. It's an attractive, but so I don't know what to tell you. It's not a public road. And I know it doesn't matter, Tim, but it's not a public road. So it does kind of matter.
I am more concerned in what this commission approved and then what you've done. So we need to do something to sort of try to bring it all back into compliance. So I think at this point,
I'll just post
I've-
on that.
I think I've heard enough. I mean, I know that there's going to be issues. Yes, June.
I would also like to see that we always do business with a high level of respect between the applicant and the office. I'm comfortable with their office, always bending backwards, trying to be helpful and working with who we all work with. Tonight, I have seen demonstrated disrespect between our staff, and I'm a little bothered by that. An example, having to talk about being able to work with staff, but now we're here. Had to work with staff, but now we're here. And I respect Maureen and her office. And if she feels we need to be here tonight, I appreciate her professionalism and knowing when it's the right time to bring it before the planning and zoning. So I'd like to thank her for that. I'd like to see respect for the process, as our chairman is talking about, as our attorney has mentioned. And I think, Mr. Kokomo, as you know, there is a process that our town does. You do a lot of work with us, and skirting, coming to us late is not the process that wins favors or helps your project move along smoothly. So respect, I think, in the process.
And Tim. And then I'm going to go to our commissioners online if we haven't lost them. And then, of course, Mr. Dyken.
Say that I probably was been one of your supporters, okay, over the years. When you done stuff and just done it different than the plan, and come for here to beg. I'm one of your supporters because sometimes it made it look better or whatever. Okay. It's to me, I go do whatever I want. And hell with them. That's the attitude I get. That's maybe not the attitude, but that's the attitude I get. Okay. I want to tell you about your mailboxes. That's a nice looking mailbox. Okay. I'm not gonna say it's not a nice looking mailbox, but again, we did the bank of mailboxes. And second of all, is that the East Berlin postmaster or the lady in charge of the East Berlin post office is not the one that approves those boxes. It's the Kensington Kensington post office that runs these where these boxes go.
It's
Because
true.
I got nailed for putting my mailbox in the wrong spot in East.
That's true. You're right.
Personally, okay, Kensington does it, not East Berlin. Okay, so you basically thumbed the nose to the post office and put those up, and now you brought it to her down there, and you said, "Oh, these look nice," and she says, "Oh yeah, they do look nice. I think they look nice too." Okay, but that's not the way it works.
But Tim, you're not paying attention because that's who I am getting it from the postmaster in Kensington. You're right. You're 100% right.
No.
Okay. I think I hear Mr. Zsigmond's frustration loud and, I think I hear your frustration loud and clear.
It's just frustration over the years that it keeps constantly coming back at us.
Yeah.
Right. But
Well-
everything I do in this town is a grade A. I don't go to your house and look at what you do or go to your house and look at what you do. And I'm not critical, but I'm sure, we all could take a look in the mirror, maybe. Grade A.
Well-
So if you want me to post a bond and I will
One of
post
my responsibilities as a commissioner of this town,
grade A.
okay, is to make sure look at the projects and make sure that they're being done the way that we approved them.
You're
This
right.
Commission spends hours approving these the thing. When you said, we stay here late at night because of some of your projects until 1 o'clock in the morning sometimes. Okay, because we want the projects done properly.
And-
we go in
all right.
and do different
Okay,
Asking for a
okay.
light pole. I mean, like, you think
All
I'm
right,
trying to be
okay,
shove it,
all right.
but it's not fair what he's saying.
No,
You're-
I'm
you're-
trying to,
Your
listen,
engineer Designed those retaining walls. Your engineer did, not our engineer. Okay, and you said, well, okay, I can grade it down, I can raise the foundations up 4 feet or whatever you said. Okay? And then do the grading, so you just do that. Okay? You don't bring it to our engineer or your engineer and say, okay, I want to do this, draw me a new plan and let me bring it to the town of Berlin.
But you're wrong because I posted an as-built and it was there. So there are procedures that you are not aware of. And actually you are aware. You're a pretty smart guy and you do this. I provided an as-built. So they were aware.
okay, all right, I'm going to leave it at that. June, did you want something to say? I'm gonna go on to Andra or Brian. Did you want to chime in at this time on what you've seen or heard? I know it's difficult when you're on Zoom because you can't see everything up close and personal, but,
I think all my concerns have been addressed.
okay, thank you,
from the
Brian.
commissioner.
Andra,
Yeah.
Andra, do you have anything you want to add in or concerns?
No, I agree with what Tim is saying, what June is saying, and I think everything's been addressed of our concerns.
Okay, all righty. Yes,
Just, again, can we go through these items, the request that he's made, and determine what the next step is? From your perspective, we want to make sure that we clearly understand as staff and council. Okay, so with regard to the mailboxes, he's indicating that a letter is going to be forthcoming from the postmaster. And I think, of course, the concern is always, do they approve it? We know why they're not approving individual mailboxes. They're very limited in staff. I mean, that's the most obvious reason, right? So are you satisfied that if he gets a letter from the postmaster or or if staff calls the postmaster, whatever happens, that we know in fact that the postmaster is satisfied with the individual boxes. You're okay with that? What's the consensus on that?
I'm okay with that.
They're pretty.
They're
post
pretty.
office boxes, they're pretty close. IP was just doing it. Well,
I can't hear Tim.
I'm sorry, I'm away from the mic. I says, the mailboxes that are set there, they're nice. All Paul did a good job on their mailboxes. Okay, but my pet peeve right now is just doing it. Okay, more than being after the fact thing than anything else. Okay, because this is what we get from a lot of developers in our town. Okay, after the fact.
Asking for forgiveness after doing.
That's right. It's easier to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask for permission. You know, and that's what's happening. And Mr. Kokomo, you're the one that's been asking for forgiveness more often than any other one. But the other,
Okay,
It's just.
so moving on, we want to,
The majority are okay. If
Andrea, Brian, are you all set?
I'm not,
with
because my
the-
concern is that this is gonna set a precedent. That's my
Okay.
concern, because Mr. Kokomo knows right from wrong. And he
Okay.
chose to go right ahead and do what he wanted to do. So I
Okay.
have a concern with that. I think we're setting a precedent here.
Okay, and Brian? What's your thought about the mailboxes? The mailboxes?
I think we should stick with the original plan.
Okay. All right, thank you. John Dyken, Commissioner Dyken.
I more want to talk about the fencing, but I guess that'll.
Well,
throw
we're
away
gonna,
three
we're gonna be
items.
going with the battle later.
I'm fine
Okay.
with, I'm fine with the change.
Okay,
I just add something only because this is, staff got involved with regard to the mailboxes and had indicated to Tom that if he got approved, knowing past experience from the commission, I felt that it was something that would have been handled as a minimal change by staff review and gave him the go ahead to approach the postmaster for that permission. Yes, they were already installed. Yeah, that is there,
mhm,
but that was something that was I think the only item. Other than me bringing the fence to you last time, but I had kind of said that I had said that staff would be able to handle that one. So that's my only, I guess, lead towards consideration for the mailboxes because I felt.
I gotta tell you.
all right, did,
Respect-
Brian and
respect
Andrea,
her
did you hear that?
We never-
Hold on.
Yes, I did.
Okay,
If she said it was okay and whatever, okay, I respect that decision, okay? That's what she,
Mhm.
but what you just stated is after the fact. They were in already, okay? Hey.
you gotta use that mic, otherwise
Yeah.
Brian and Andrea can't
I
hear
like
you.
these new mailboxes, okay, bring them to you, hey, I like them, what do you think? And you say, yeah, they look pretty good, okay? And put them in, okay? I respect your opinion on that because you always, know
Thank you.
what we're looking for, okay? And I don't have any problem with that. It's just a procedure than anything else.
Okay, so because we're trying to look for a consensus here, June, how do you feel about the mailboxes?
I support staff's call on that.
Okay, Tim,
I like these mailboxes, but again, it's.
the process,
The process, period.
yeah,
And I want to make sure that Kensington is the one, Postmaster Kensington, that approves them. Because I know what's happened in East Berlin over mailboxes
yeah,
for 20 years.
okay,
And
all
there's
right,
a new postmaster there and doing different, okay.
okay. Diane, how do you feel about it?
I'm okay with the mail.
You're okay? All right, and that just leaves me, and I guess I just sort of feel like the plan is the plan. Um, and it should have been to the bank of the mailboxes. However, Maureen, in a conversation, so to support Maureen, I would have preferred the bank of mailboxes. I think it would have been easier for mail delivery, and it was part of the plan. But because Maureen already had alluded to the fact that it would be okay to switch, I'll support that.
Just
Yeah,
Commissioner
I
Rogan,
yes,
before I had made my comment, I hadn't heard Maureen's point. And we do give her a lot of leeway with making decisions. So I support her as well, and I'm okay with the mailboxes.
okay, I knew you guys would. All right,
I just wanted to say that I think the mailboxes look nice. I agree that the plan should have been followed. But what has been installed looks nice. I'm a little doubtful that the postmaster from Kensington is actually gonna send the letter.
Well, if they don't, then it's moot, right?
right,
It's moot.
okay, so it looks like
back
the.
to
Yeah.
Looks like the ayes have it.
Okay.
Okay,
Very good. The fencing along the north property line.
okay,
He would like to be not have to be obligated to install that white vinyl fencing and I guess leave trees.
go ahead, Mr. Dakin.
So the white vinyl fencing is just at the rear of the property? I mean, not the rear, I mean, obviously, property line goes way back where, to the river?
Yeah, if Maureen would pick up, send up that plan, I could.
I'm trying to envision that, I don't have the plan in front of me, so I'm.
Yeah.
See where all those circles are on the, if you're looking at the top of the screen?
Mhm.
Close along that border?
Yeah,
Let me just take a look at the,
and that's where I shot some. And out of respect for Mrs. Beretta, she asked me to keep the trees up.
If you're going through OneDrive to try to find it,
no, I'm trying to go back, I had it, oh, I got it.
okay. OneDrive is not operating.
Oh, I understand, so there's trees, doesn't seem to be that many trees.
The trees are, when we went out on inspections and we're having the conversation with Tom, the apparent that the trees are rather tall and
Yeah.
more sparse than they appear on a plan. Yes, they're very tall, and some of them with the grading may are likely not to survive, so there'll be even less trees, although there are trees to be planted as well.
Right.
This is planting plan,
Right.
so
So
it's
the,
186 feet of 6-foot high solid vinyl fencing. And existing trees along the property line to remain. And then I believe there's somewhere that talks about trees to be added. I'm sorry, Andrea, if I faded away, I leaned away from my microphone.
why did you want vinyl fence on that side of the property in the first place?
There is actually in your regulation about screening. And so I'm not sure at the time was on, I mean, I believe Joan was on and Diane was on. I'm not sure if you were on, but there was a question about screening. So I believe the engineer just put it in, but I think, and was in practicality, but I think when Maureen came out, when I said to her, what do you think, Maureen? And look at all these trees that are here and they're large. And we could infill and create a better buffer. She said I would leave that up to you guys. So I said, all right, would you mind bringing it? And she brought it to you last week. But I mean, I think Maureen can have the most objective perspective, because you're going to think that I'm being, subjective, and I may think that you're subjective. So she can be objective and say, and tell you what, how large and the canopies, right? And how those canopies, the size of the canopies are, or that means roots are there. And so there's a lot of trees, and Danny Beretta came over and said, hey, my mom would like to see all these trees stay. I said, well, try to keep.
You know, I think I got a nice compromise for you. I think what we ought to do is we'll acquiesce on the white vinyl.
Okay.
Put up black estate fencing with your tree buffer in front of it.
What's the state fence?
Black, black.
Chain link?
Yeah, no, not chain link. Black estate fencing is black fencing. You'll see it around businesses or homes and,
Aluminum rail.
Yeah, I was
It's like a
hoping
little-
that, I actually said, hey, even, what are those fence split rail? That would look nice, but I
well,
offer,
that would be a maintenance too, a split rail.
well,
After a while, it would
the wood,
degrade.
yeah, but you know, the vinyl.
Well, that's
will
why,
Crack and.
well, the vinyl would get moldy and it'd be nasty looking. So, and plus it's a solid block where as if you have estate fencing, because it's basically just black rail that's running.
Like,
And
I'm not.
the coffee shop?
yeah, it's over by Starbucks. That's black estate fencing.
It's-
I'm surprised you don't,
I'm not.
you know,
Is it-
familiar with the term. It's everywhere.
I'm
It's
trying to-
because you
get a
can't.
picture of it? I'm trying to envision what you're talking
Because
about.
the,
No, I don't have it.
No,
Okay.
just
She
quickly,
can-
and I appreciate the,
No, because it would allow for airflow and it would allow for branches to go through and stuff, but it will also protect privacy if kids wander or dogs or whatever, you know, or if you got
Maureen, is this-
coyotes coming over.
If the vinyl fence is not
You have-
constructed, is that violating our ordinance regulations when it comes to screening? It sounds to me like it's not from what the applicant's saying.
So the commission can determine what the appropriate screening is.
I don't really
That
think there's much-
Screening is not necessarily opaque, so you can't see it.
Literally,
Not obliterating it. What's that word I'm looking for?
I mean, given.
It is,
Oh,
it's not, it's shielding it. It is screening, it's
I mean,
creating.
given the nature of the trees, I think
And-
that's more than enough, and it looks nice.
I gotta say that the white vinyl fences, this commission never liked them, okay? Overall, never liked the white.
I've never liked them.
Okay.
It's too much maintenance.
And there's other projects that we said no to them because it does crack after a while and looks like hell and gets dirty. Okay,
Like
I mean,
estate fence.
I don't have any problem
Yeah,
that
well, it could be like that.
you hedge it down the line,
Yeah, you could do
okay?
that.
And it's trees.
It's sort of
hedges-
similar to
trees
that.
Hedges filling in the trees.
That's a little fancier, but
The concern was the next door neighbors, single family
Yeah, it's like-
residential.
it's just, it's right.
That was the concern.
Black
I mean, it's
fencing.
not, I think it's nice, but I don't think it's appropriate for the country setting. That's just my.
Well, I'm just saying, people don't see the black, and then you would have the trees in front anyway, your landscaping in front.
Yeah, I know, but here's the, here's what I mean, I appreciate we have nice dialogue. Thank you.
Well, no, we always had a nice dialogue.
Maybe I did. But, so that fence, I mean, that tree line is existing. And I offered stockade, sounds like you don't like, or not stockade, like split rail, I guess you don't like it, but. And I even said, well, why don't we just infill? You don't put arborvitae's or something that won't live, they'll die and look worse, but some kind of native trees more that could go in. If the whole idea is, I don't know what usually screening is, right, like the screen, my neighbor who doesn't want to see, right? I mean, this is seriously like 10 acres.
Well, to your point, you said you didn't know what was gonna happen with that back acreage. So what I'm saying is that you own up to a certain portion. And so it's just defining the border of that portion. And with the black fencing, the estate fencing, the beauty of that color is that your eye is not drawn to it and it disappears and you don't see it anymore. And that's why a lot of people use it. Heck, you used it on your railings in your picture here. You have black railings, right?
On a house.
So it's on a house, but why do you do that? Because it doesn't detract from the house. And so you can put landscaping in front and that would be great. Yeah, that's nice. That's all it is. Very easy.
That's like 4 feet tall.
But the
That's
concern is-
fine, all right. Go
the
ahead.
concern is these trees are gonna die.
So,
in the near future? Is that the-
Yeah, well, no, the concern is that you're defining the property, so if somebody has kids or something, dogs or even coyotes, I mean, maybe they can't get through. But the whole idea is that he agreed to a fence, and that was part of
Okay.
the thing, and so I'm just changing it over.
I
You've
like
got,
the new share.
yeah,
Or I just brought up, oh, there it is, it's up there already.
yeah,
So here, this is yeah, this was a search for black split rail.
yeah,
That's
you
one
could do
kind of
that.
split Rail, I usually think of split rail as.
Is that,
On, all the way over on the,
is that a
That's
PVC?
No, I don't
But-
wanna put a P, I would, I don't want.
No, but I'm saying is that as far as maintenance goes, I mean, it depends how much painting you want to do every year. I mean, when you think about it, it's, yeah, and it's split rail, trust
I
me, you
like
have
the
to be
bottom
careful.
right-hand where it's native. Go scroll down a little bit right there.
this one.
I have that kind of fence in my front yard and we've had to replace it already twice.
Yeah,
And I looked long and hard for red cedar because it would last longer. It wouldn't last at all. And cedar isn't the quality.
she's saving you money, Tommy.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, if.
You might be able-
If you.
What
if
about
you're
the
gonna- if
upper,
you-
what about the upper left-hand corner, of that fence? Yeah, the upper left-hand corner.
This one?
Yeah, right there.
I mean, I'll do it in wood and paint it, that's fine. I'd rather see it age though. I'd rather see it age naturally than paint it black. That's what,
Mm-hmm.
so. if you
Or
want
that one.
No, the black, he's talking, I was talking about the black fence, because then people don't see it after a while, it tends
Yeah, I
to.
was sure it was
I'd
this
I'd
one
like
or
to
this
see it,
one.
I mean.
3 or 2 rails. I didn't know which one you were looking at.
Mm-hmm, okay, sorry.
Right and left, depending on which screen. you're
Yeah,
looking
I
at.
guess. All right,
Well,
Um,
listen, here's,
okay.
let's just, I think we can move on because, no, if you want the white fence, I mean. Whether we go to white or something different, let me bond it and you can think about it and I'll think about it and I won't put anything up. I'll just leave the bond in place until I come back and we'll come up with, how's that? I guess the question is, you definitely want some sort of fence there, is what you're saying. So. I wanted to eliminate the fence as a whole, and I said stockade or fill in and take it off the bond. So let me just post the bond so we can move on, and then we could, and I'll come back to you and I'll say, hey, what do you think about this?
Is that agreeable with the attorney and with the commission? Well, no, but I mean, I also want to turn to the commission.
Well, I
Andrea, Brian, June.
Yeah, I think the plan was to add trees as well. So keep fencing, keep the added trees because some of the older trees may not make it, as Maureen had her preference. So,
Okay,
and yeah, if you want to look at that and offer some things to the staff, I'd be okay with that.
all righty. Andrea, Brian,
Yeah,
Any-
I'm in favor of either, the estate or your split rail. I think they both look nice, especially when, with the addition of the plantings. And not only for screening, but the nice thing about a fence is it establishes the property line. And while the 10-acre property, owner might enjoy looking at her trees and everything, and, I'm not sure how much they'll enjoy, if all of a sudden the people who live in this community start using their land as their open space. So having that fence there just kind of defines the property line, and I think that's an important thing as well.
excellent, fair enough. Andrea, do you have anything you'd like to?
The estate fencing with the additional plantings.
Okay, terrific. All right, so it looks like,
That's 2 of them.
yep. June. Well, I was just gonna do a consensus that we're gonna do the fencing with the plantings.
Yeah, I had mentioned keep a fence.
Okay,
And-
just want to make sure that I'm
Yes,
keeping the
and
records.
additional plantings, yes.
Thank you. Tim?
You said just, I think the planting should be alongside that fence that does that division more than the fence does actually, when you put a lot of plantings in.
Okay. Diane? Yes, okay. I'm a yes.
Yes, estate fencing would be my preference. I don't really have a preference when it comes to plantings.
Yeah, okay. So we'll leave that for
In other words.
further
no
discussion,
plantings,
yes,
or
okay.
like, you know,
Yeah,
doesn't really care about plantings.
so that's the way we're gonna go, okay. All right.
Okay, next item is the street lights.
We need streetlights. I mean, come on, I can't, Tommy, I can't stretch this.
So can we just go over what the streetlight requirements are per the site plan? Like, what exactly are we supposed to be seeing?
They're on the plan.
Well, we
Not in a minute, I
pull it
don't.
up.
Let me find it. This is, you guys are challenging tonight,
Right, because you-
or rather this computer's challenging me. Cause I have 3 screens downstairs.
And again, Tim, I didn't do this intentionally, so. When you have a site plan, right, you've got like, for example, the one you just did Chipotle, I'm sure there's a parking lot light, right? And then you do a subdivision and then it's required because the town takes it over, something you have to work with Eversource on their poles and so on, right? This is all private road, so I thought there was in the reg, or you know better than I. You don't, you can deviate. Maybe wrong, but I really am against lighting up this place like a Christmas tree, those big streets, big poles, because on this plan, there's a multitude of lights. So if I was to put on these huge street lights,
It would look commercial. I want it to be residential and colonial in nature.
there's a
The streetlights, they asked for colonial looking, streetlights. They were the black pole, but with the curved lights
The gooseneck. or
light
whatever.
down, and all lighting goes down. Okay, to like this, the street or the driveway, whatever you're lighting. Okay, it just curve over down, and that's the old New England, look. And, that's what we approved, that's what we approved in the last larger development, and they were here and, they love that, to tell you the truth. But, so, you know, lights on top of a pole. The lights flare up and light up the sky or whatever, okay? Yeah, you're gonna put in probably some lower wattage, light bulbs or something to knock it down a little bit. But that's what my preference is.
Okay,
So Commissioner Rogan,
yes, go ahead. Brian.
my biggest concern with the way that the lights are set up now is that if they're front yard lawn lights, that means they're probably controlled by the individual units. And if people decide to shut the lights off, then you're gonna have a dark neighborhood. And that is a concern of mine because not only for people who are driving or walking, but at night, I mean, it's not unlike we don't have, unfortunately, some criminal aspects here in Berlin with break-ins at night, smashing of car windows. And I think that if you have a dark cul-de-sac or dark street, that's gonna attract that bad behavior. So I think both for the safety of people driving or walking at night, but also deterrence, I think having, you know, your traditional 16-foot poles that are on at night, is a necessity.
Okay.
With all due respect to Brian, they're on its own meter and, they're going to be on from set to sunrise. And I did make another, since everyone wants to be, for transparency purposes, I did make a unilateral decision, but I guess it was correct. We also added a second meter and we put in a bunch of electric car chargers, over there as well. So, I mean, and I just wanted to let you guys know that as well. But
Okay.
yeah, but those are on their own meter and that you have to, they're not, because it's private, doesn't get transferred to Eversource.
You know, usually with the commission, as far as the street lights, we always like to see what the developer has in mind for the head or the top of the street light where the lamp is actually housed. And we'll pretty much work with you on that, but I think with the height of it, it's important. The other thing too is if these lights are on all the time at this height, won't they be shining into everyone's houses? Because it looks like they're a front lawn light. I can't get past that, Tommy. I don't know, it just,
There's, I copied a subdivision in Avon, that did that, and,
poor Avon.
sorry for Avon. What,
I mean, is it the fact, Tom, that it's lower to the ground so that it's, you know, even though it's omnidirectional, it's gonna, I guess, still light up the actual driveway to a certain degree?
so there are,
I'm sorry, yeah, not the actual, well, the
I
driveway.
mean, yeah, it's not it's driveway, right? So it's not a street, so it's
Right.
not width of what, you're used to.
I understand. The fact is that the site plan calls for, how many of these light poles are there supposed to be? Do we know?
Well,
Well, what's on the bond estimate is 7.
right, because I think he accounted for the 7 we put in.
The
We
16,
counted the little X's on the plan.
the 16-foot poles, LED light shining down, supposed to light up, we'll call it the driveway, even though it's really sort of a street. These poles are shorter with omnidirectional lights that are obviously, most of the light is going to be projected upwards or out into the houses. It's not going to do as good of a job as lighting up the driveway. My point is that, I mean, it's lower to the ground, but I mean, is this, Tom, is this a suitable supplement or, substitute?
So the reason why.
I'm trying to
No, I
give you
know.
fairness here because.
The reason why I called it Ridgeview East is Diane knows probably the best is Ridgeview up the street. My dad developed and there's 30 units up there and it's a private road. And it's the same kind of, it's not those type, but they're small light posts. Same kind of style. It's a residential neighborhood, well, that's a nursing home, but it's a residential neighborhood and you don't want it lit up like a Christmas tree is what the analogy I used. It's low profile lighting, enough so you can see the sidewalks and the road. That's it.
They lit now? Like, are they operating now?
Not operating now. I'm waiting for that meter to be put in, but I
How
need
many do you have installed?
7. I'd be happy. I mean, again, I'll post the bond. Love to have you do a sidewalk once I light it up.
Well, you just take some photos.
All right.
I'd appreciate that. Just to see what we're talking about. I mean, if really it is, if it's a good substitute, then why not go with it, I suppose, but.
It seems like it would add, it seems like it would add some, warmth.
Yeah.
A coziness in a way, but I can't get away from thinking about the output.
Yeah.
As far as the total lumens, the total area that's being illuminated, and whether or not these are comparable to something like a street light.
Well, again, that I appreciate it, but so why don't the whole idea for me to come tonight was to talk to you about it and then as well, and then, so I'll post the bond and you don't get your money back until it's done correctly, and I'll just ask for you to look and see if you approve it. If you don't, then we got to make the change.
So, in the end, would there be more of these lights than?
We already did all the underground lighting to do more,
So how,
14 or 15 in
14
total.
as compared to the 7 or so that were originally?
Right, plus the initial 2 that weren't even on the plan up at front when the existing, we put those 2 in as well. And I'm not being a wise guy, but like those mailboxes, we put those in a long time ago on the existing first 2 as well.
I've seen, we've seen a lot of plans with illumination thing on them, on the plans. And when
Animatric,
you ever
yeah.
change the lighting, it changes the illumination. Okay, I really don't have a problem with the lights, because again, they look nice too, like the mailboxes. Okay, but I just want to make sure they don't going past the property lines to next door neighbors or anything like that. So maybe illumination plan where you put them will satisfy that,
Fair enough.
you know? If that satisfies it, then, you know. 'cause
right, so it's
this
gonna be a
question
wait and
if it's
see
gonna
on
go
this
into
one?
people's windows.
Well, I think you're asking for an updated lighting plan.
Fine.
So, yeah, so that'll be revised and I guess, so you want them to, I mean, the lighting was on the landscaping and it depicted the fence too, right? And the plantings. Is it all
Yeah.
together? So that whole sheet, I mean, they're indicating to you that they're willing to do something less than the white vinyl, but they want the plantings in front of it. And, then you're indicating 14 of these 12-foot poles, so, yeah.
Yeah,
Update that,
I
I
see.
think. And
We're,
then we've got the sheet with regard to the retaining wall elimination. And what you're proposing there. Last issue, the 3-bedroom units now, what's your intention? Okay, this is the second building that you're building. You've got 3 more to do. Beyond this, are you proposing to do 3 bedrooms on the ends of all the remaining buildings that you're gonna build?
no.
Why did you?
So,
why you did? Yes, maybe.
just, you're right, it was based on, I guess, uh, demand, where we were showing 6, 7, and 8, right? And, as I
Isn't
told
it- Isn't it 17, 18, 19?
well, yeah, but as showing 6, 7, and
Oh,
8,
showing
6, 7, and 8
tenants.
to tenants, and they said, "Oh, that little room, can you ever make it bigger?" Because it was like a little office, and all we did was just change the dormer, and yeah, and so we took reservations that way. So, and it didn't wasn't a change in design, wasn't a change in footprint. It was, I guess, it was a design. Instead of being a shed, it became a doghouse dormer, and that was it. But and it just created another 4 feet in that room, or 4 by 10. Um, I I really I those those 4 units, Jen, never even had the plans designed for them, to be frank with you, and I still don't. So I just showed a rendering of it. So I don't know, like, I don't remember boxing myself into that 2 bedroom.
Next
Yeah.
question, that's a question for Maureen. Can you weigh in on that, Maureen, in terms of, are there any regulatory issues with him doing what, proceeding in the manner that he's intending with those? Again, we're talking about 17, 18, 19, with the 2 end units being 3-bedroom.
Right, and only in that building.
Yeah, but I mean, we could call it an office.
But we didn't find anything. We did a search, today after, or this week after finding, and we're not finding that your regulatory would change at all. It's part of the review process that you have. You review how many bedrooms multifamilies, are providing. And part of what you review, the purview of the special permit and review, not regulated.
And there's now, plans in, right, for those buildings, so
Yeah.
building will have to evaluate whether or not there's any code concerns, and they'll, tell you that at the appropriate time, but.
I'll bring that up in a second.
But it sounded like he's flexible for the remaining buildings to be played the same as 17, 18, 19. We'll see what it ends up being when we get to that point. Is that okay? I mean, or not okay? That's what I'm,
Approved 19 2-bedroom units, like. That's your call. Change the architectural.
Okay.
on it.
I think that one stepped a little further.
Madam Chair?
But a dorm
Yes.
culture that wasn't there before.
Hold on, Tim's talking.
Changes that. We just went through this with 1906. He was talking 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, 1 bedroom, whatever, okay? And we went through that same thing, we ended up with the 2 bedrooms. You know, it's just changing the architect of the building, because that's, again, we looked at some renderings. And it's different than what the architect is. I don't, is it a bad thing? I would wave on that one way or the other. But, if I was the builder, I want to build 3 bedrooms. I get more rent. I wouldn't do all 3 bedrooms. If I was the builder.
All right, I think Andra wanted to chime in. Andra?
Hi, I know I wasn't on the commission at the time that this was approved, and but I do know when we have other projects coming in front of us that we take a lot of this into consideration, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3 bedroom, and we always look at the impact on our schools. And for a 3 bedroom, we know that's going to be an impact. It could be an impact on our school.
Okay. All right, thank you. Brian, do you want to chime in on this? Okay,
No, I'm all set.
okay. Anyone else have any questions or comments? All right, so do you need a consensus then from the commission?
The other question I was kind of waiting for you guys to ask it was whether or not there's any parking issue.
Oh, yeah, we didn't even
and
think about that one.
Again, if he's gonna go beyond this one building.
I just, again, I just like to know what I'm approving when it's laid out in front of me. And this is, we talked about all different things in negotiation here. And I can't wrap my head around this one. I'm sorry. I can't support it. I really feel that the plan is the plan and that's the way it should be. Now, you might say to me, well, Joni, they're just gonna do what they wanna do. You know, they do that at their own peril. Because if somebody takes it upon themselves to redesign their living space or whatever, that's at their own peril. And, I can't be in there policing them. But on the other hand, I do have an input on what's in front of me. And this is something that I can't condone. I can't, no, not me. Anyone else?
That's one thing I never thought about is if it is a 3 bedroom now, the parking calculations.
Yeah, you're throwing everything off.
We were two cars for a 2 bedroom. And we just did one down to a 1.5 car. Okay, so the 3 is another thing that in my mind, I didn't even think about that. And I don't know how many parking places we do have here. Each unit does have two parking places at least, or do they? I can't count them. That's bad.
Yeah, my
Oh,
eyesight
you know.
isn't. So I think that this is something then, I'll just say this, okay, and this is to follow up with your comments, Madam Chair. They could come in with a modification. And then they're gonna update the zoning table and make sure that the parking count is okay and so forth. And I think it's just one of those things where, again, if they want to pursue it, then submit it the right way, in terms of a proposed modified plan. So that way, those details are confirmed, in terms of adequacy of parking and so forth.
Go ahead, John.
The only question I had for you, Jen, is when does it get to a point where, what what binds us when it comes to modifying a site plan? I sort of think about, you and I are, we're in court, we're attorneys, you don't ask a judge to reconsider something unless if there's a compelling reason, essentially. Is it sort of similar here? Or can someone just come back and ask to revise a site plan, 100 times?
Well, I mean, you don't typically see it 100 times because, they're.
Oh, 5 times, I mean, or two
That's-
times, yeah.
And typically when you're seeing that, and it is frustrating for me too, because especially if I'm working on something that may reach, maybe a stipulated judgment or something like that, and then they go and they sell the property and you have a new person coming in and wanting to change, and that's kind of the more typical scenario, right? So, sometimes, and especially with the elongation of approvals, the market changes and like everything you look at now, for example, there's that single person household number has been rising, right? And that was projected, years ago that was going to happen. And so that's changed in terms of what the demand is, as far as bedroom count and so forth. So, yeah, I mean, I think that anybody can propose whatever modification they'd like. And they go through the process, but they have to go through the process on things like this. And I understand the frustration. I think Mr. Kokomo understands. In talking with his counsel, I think his counsel understood as well. And I'm glad, I think we made good progress. And I thank you guys for your input on all of this. I think we have the answers that we need
I just-
to get this where it needs to be, so we can deal with the issues of non-compliance.
And there's no issue necessarily, whether it's Mr. Kokomo or whether it's any other developer, with coming back and asking for modifications. The question I have is, when is it inappropriate for us to, when does it become just a second bite at the apple, and then
Well, if-
hopefully maybe it's a different board at some point and they, or don't care about fencing or screening as much or lights or whatever. I'm not accusing Mr. Kokomo of that. I'm not accusing anyone of that. I'm just wondering, where do we draw the line? Where it all of a sudden just becomes, well, it'll different board. Joan Veely's on here, but thankfully there's some other individuals who may not be as wise as her. And, maybe we have different tastes, but, I'm not, you just wonder when it becomes that. And basically we have no purpose at that point.
Well, I think you serve a very important purpose.
Well, maybe not me, maybe us as a group.
So, yeah, I get it, John. I do. I think too, though, sometimes approvals do sit for a period of time. A lot of that has to do with financing. Oftentimes, we have so, and we don't talk about this in affordable. There's so many affordable approvals that have been given in various towns that have never gotten built.
Well, of course,
Um,
of course.
so, we just can't predict. You gotta go by what's in front of you, when it makes its way to you. And your what your desires, what societal desires are in terms of the architecture, and everything evolves. So I guess.
We have to be flexible when we need to be. I'm trying, because I really do want to find the line here to, so everybody wins. And you've helped me understand that a little bit better. Thank you.
So can I just comment real quick on one thing? I did just, because I'm sharing it and I just assume unshare so that we're all seeing everything on the screen, but I did just bring up for multifamily dwellings in our regs, it's still two per dwelling unit. So it's dwelling unit, it's not per bedroom count. So I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware of that. That's what I thought. That's what I thought we looked up earlier this week. I just wanted to double check before I shared it with you.
Well, what is that? Well, I missed you. I'm sorry. What
That's
is
our
it?
number of parking spaces per
Two per
dwelling
unit,
unit.
yeah.
It's 2 per dwelling unit, although, as you're aware, and we've discussed on several occasions, that the statutory requirements for parking per dwelling unit is something that the legislature is constantly working on. And our regulations will update in accordance with those, we'll bring those modifications to you at the time that regulations change. But I did double check for the POR zone, and I also, which is the zone this is in under under multifamilies, and although it was checked by staff this week, I'm not immediately finding anything that speaks to number of bedroom count either relating to anything other than what you review, how you reviewed it, and what you thought about a proposal when it came in.
So that's it for
So
this. I think we all have some good direction.
we have our guidance.
Well, just quickly,
Okay.
I'm sorry, just quickly.
That's okay.
To Jennifer, I, I didn't talk to Mike, Jen. So what did you, so you need a new, on the retaining wall, you got the letter, but Mike or Hearn wants to see a revised plan? So,
That's
so
good.
the reason why I came to that, I didn't know, I mean, I know we went down and it's fluid, it's moving, as Jen said. I came really with the intention of the retaining wall coming to you. And I did not mean disrespect. I went like, Maureen, you can handle that. I did it in a
No, we're not even, we're past that now. We understand. We
Alright.
understand where you're
so
coming
I'll bring
from.
the plan back.
Yeah, and then we'll redo or whatever. Okay?
Sorry for keeping you late.
No, that's okay. We're not done yet. Almost, I promise, almost. Okay,
I don't think we have anything else on this.
okay. No, I think,
And I thank you for your patience. It was a lot.
yeah. And we thought we were gonna get out early today.
And we,
Okay.
we have this, said that he
No.
was on, but I'm not seeing him.
All right, but I have something I want to add to the, I want to add just really quickly to the agenda. And that is, what? Yes, I will need, yeah, just,
I'll make a motion to move what Joan wants to.
okay, thank you. And a second, okay, thank you.
That Pat is on. Oh, yes. No, those are the panelists. These are he's an attendee, so I have to
yes.
allow him to be,
So that is him. Yes, yes.
I wanted to confirm it was him first. Sorry.
Yeah, that is him.
So let me allow him to talk because he's not. Okay. So Pat, is that you? Can you hear us? Oh, you're muted.
I'm unmuted now. Yes, that's me.
There you go.
All right.
Okay, so they moved because you weren't in attendance at the time.
I heard everything. 'Cause I was able to see it, but for some reason I couldn't talk. So I did hear the comments and the move on.
I'm sorry, you weren't shown as an attendee, so I couldn't
It's
allow
okay.
you to speak.
No, it's okay.
Weren't on the-
No problem.
So this is about the fill permit application at 1906?
Yeah.
Yes, it
Berlin
is.
LLC, and this is for 600 plus minus cubic yards. Okay, so
Yes.
what do we have on this?
Can I just give a quick background? So we had gotten the demolition permit for the motel. And as the contractor went in and demolished the units, his thought process was, well, I'm taking all the foundation out of the ground. We weren't just taking the building down, we were taking foundation out, everything was going out because that's where a road is going and other items. So once he did that, he created a large hole. And before I even knew, he was bringing fill in, and I called Paulie and said, Paulie, we're doing this, and what's the number of yards? And he looked it up and it was over a certain number, and we were already over that number. So he since stopped, and I put this application in. I called Maureen, and we went back and forth, and this is where we sit right now. So this is not something that anyone will say noticed, or even if he kept going, maybe they wouldn't have noticed, but I knew it was something that was, we needed to get at least talked about. And one of the items that we talked process, one of the future items would be on demo permits to just put that right in, potentially as if still needs to go. Because if you're taking down the structure, most times you're taking out the foundation, et cetera, and you don't want to leave an unsafe depression in a property, especially the way this one is. If you go there now, the front wall of the motel is still there, and you're kind of looking over. Exaggeration would be a cliff, but there's probably 10 foot of drop there that we want to get filled in as soon as possible. I mean, we do have a fence up, and it's unlikely someone would get there, but one never knows if someone gets around that fence, et cetera. So that's the purpose. That's kind of the background of why I'm here for the fill permit, because we went through the demolition process, and that's where we're here at 11 o'clock tonight.
Okay, questions from the commission?
Yes, do you know how much you brought in there already?
He brought in 10 truckload. 10 truckloads already.
And what does that mean, 10 truckloads? Help me out.
It's about 160 yards, so he's, say he's about a third of the way done of what he brought in.
So is it 160 yards per truckload?
No, it's 20 per, approximately 16 to 20, depending if the truck is full or not. That's the cubic yards.
Okay, thank you.
The soil is coming from your other project?
Correct.
So is there 600 yards at the other apartment, compartment?
We got more than that, but yes, that's what's coming from there.
So this is something that you're bringing to our attention rather than the town finding out about it?
That is correct.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So again, I mean, I knew, listen, we don't operate in a bubble. Someone's got to see it or say it. I was trying to get ahead of it, and then the contractor got a little ahead of me.
May I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Are these the mounds of dirt that were put in the yard of where the two houses are next to where the motel was knocked down?
No, that's a completely separate issue and has nothing to do with this permit here.
Okay, so the dirt you're talking about has already been dumped on the property where the motel was knocked down?
No, that's not, this, what I'm talking about is just for where the motel is knocked down. Yes, not where the yards are. Correct. Yes, that's right.
Okay.
And this is
What's gonna
clean
happen
fill?
to that dirt that's over in the yard where the two houses are?
Well, that's not really part of what we're here for tonight, but as what we're trying to do is get the project approved, and we need the fill to come in there, so we're gonna need it there anyway.
All right, so it's gonna go
sure.
where the hotel was.
Correct, at some point.
Okay, Brian, did you have any questions? Thank you, Andrew.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure the fill was clean environmentally.
Yes, it is.
Okay, commission here, questions?
Yes, did you ever get the bill that was brought in there years ago? Remember we brought that up on the question before, is that was supposed to be tested and see if it's decent fill in there or contaminated?
Yeah, that has not been addressed or touched yet. When we get to the construction, we're going to start, obviously with the project, we got to get the trees out. We were going to start digging out and testing that material for both compaction and potential contamination.
Okay, so
most of the area, Tom, that I think you mentioned was where the two existing houses are, which are still standing. So I don't have until I start knocking that down, I don't really have the ability to just start digging next to where people live.
Okay, I just want to make sure it's not you're not dumping on top of that, and then we have.
Nope.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? No, any other concerns? What do you need from the commission?
This is a application that the commission needs to act on. It's a
I'll
fill
make-
permit. Bring
Oh, it's a
in,
field permit.
I'll
Okay,
make-
I'm
bring
sorry.
in
I'll make a-
600 cubic yards or minus of fill. And as
And he's never-
described and stated,
So-
I make a motion to approve 600 minus or plus yards to be filled, to be brought onto the property, clean fill.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Zigma, a second by Mr. Dyken. Further questions or discussion? So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? So moved. Okay, that's done. All right,
Thank you, Commissioner, and good night.
good night. Okay, just really quick, I just wanted to add that one item to the agenda really quick, and that would be for Pistol Holdings, the old Benarup property. I'm a little concerned because last year, all spring and summer, I had trucks going up and down Orchard Road. And they were just constant. I mean, I had problems getting out of my driveway. I had almost got hit twice by a truck who wasn't really paying attention. when I was walking. I've seen a woman with a baby carriage actually just like jump off the road and drag the carriage because the trucks were going by so fast. They tormented us on Orchard Road all last summer. And it was miserable because they started at 7 o'clock in the morning and they would run to 4 or 5 in the afternoon. This summer, they have started up again. And it's all going to the same destination, which is that the old Venerup Nursery, which is 4 houses that are 4 or 5 houses that we approved. Now, at the time of the approval, really quick, I know that he said that he was going to be bringing soil in and he was going to be filling up the detention pond area that was in the nursery, and that there wasn't really going to be anything else. Well, I got news for you. He is filling in, at least to the best of our estimate, additional 10 feet above the current grade. And this is on the whole site. Well, he hasn't even gotten to the detention pond yet. So this is going to be a whole nother summer of being tormented by these trucks going up and down Orchard Road with, I mean, now it's to the point where I was out in the front yard, the guy beeps his horn and waves at me. I don't know if he's saying to me, or is he saying, hey, the joke's on you? I'm not sure.
Does he got one finger up?
No, not that I could see.
I think my recollection is last year when this came up, somebody was from the company here and actually made that joke saying, I'll wait to you as I go by. So maybe he
Yeah.
passed that on
And
to
maybe,
drivers.
maybe pass
It was
on.
Mr. Weber. It was Mr. Weber. And
Yeah,
I
I remember you, yeah.
and-
Yeah,
And he told me, he goes, well, when they go by, wave. And I go, I'm not going to be waving.
yeah. But the point is that I thought when Mr. Weber was here last time, he said, well, that's what the permit is for, blah, blah, blah. And yes, we should have known better because we should always ask how many yards per truck, how many trips per day, how many days a week, how long are you going to be doing this? They should be telling us, because for somebody to say 600 plus or minus, I have no idea, but there's only 20 yards on each truck. And he's got, you know, 600, you know, so when you think about it, that's a lot of trips. Now, this guy has got a way bigger site and he's just going at it. And the bottom line is that when he was here last time, he said that he would tell his drivers to help the people on Orchard Road, that they would dump on Orchard Road, go off on Kensington, go down Kensington to Norton, and then go to the turnpike that way. And he said that he would do that. At first, he said he wouldn't do it because gas cost too much money. It was COVID. Everything was $4 or $5, $6 a gallon. Okay. But now gas is cheaper. He needs to start giving us a break. If I can't stop him from filling in this project, which of course, now I don't even know about the contamination because he's putting 10 feet of fill on top of bad soil. He's done nothing to mitigate that soil. Now what he's going to do is he's going to bore down 10 feet and go, oh, look, the soil's good. No, I think when we do borings for houses, that we need to go down at least 20 feet. And we need to drive that bore all the way down because I'll be honest with you, that's highly contaminated soil that has pesticides, all sorts of things on it for probably 50 years. And the bottom line is, that's all I need is for a woman to one day wake up and figure out that her baby can't see anymore. Or what's this rash? That's all we need. And I want the town held harmless. That's the correct thing. So, and I even want something on the plot plans, each housing plot plan, you're passing buyer beware. I'm so frustrated by this because I just feel like you spend the time on the commission, you're trying to do the right thing. And I feel like these people are just laughing at us. I mean, they're doing what they want to do. Yes, that's one of the trucks that tipped over on the top of the
Hasn't
hill.
your point been proven tonight amply?
I don't know.
If I may.
Yeah, and that's not, I'm not talking about staff or anything else like that. I'm just saying it's very frustrating sitting here because I would rather be home, having a nice glass of wine than being yelling at people and getting yelled at. But anyway, go ahead. What do you want to say? Because we want to go home.
We understand that. We also understand the concerns that have been raised. And so staff did, so Wally's been having regular communication to make sure they're running along in compliance, but we did go out on the site yesterday with their, Mr. Demore, who's the engineer who worked on he brought the subdivision to you, with Mr. Weber. I can't remember, Gary Weber and Mark Demore. And we did have the approved plan in front of us, as well as walked the entire site, or almost the whole entire site. I didn't go down into one of the big divots, but on the far north side. But we, in looking at the plans, and we had also looked at the plans, Paulie's been monitoring them. We have asked them for as-built throughout. Of course, we can't compel them until they're ready to need an as-built, because it's on them if they're not, if they aren't compliant with the plan they provided, then they'd have to remove it, which is a bigger problem. It would add to the problem. We don't want the dirt to come and go. We realize that. So, and we laughed about that a bit while we were on site. However, the design for the lots shows, for instance, the house, in the approximate location of the, existing building that's on Kensington Road, or on that lot, the lot that's in that area. It'll be set back further from the road, and the road is at, I hope I get the first digit correct, but I believe, and I didn't bring the plan with me, mostly because of concerns with other issues. 220 is about what the road is at. The top of foundation for that house will be at about 217, and it exists at closer to 204 or 206 in that in one spot location. They're sloping the entire way, so you are talking about 1 and 2 acre sized lots that are 2 acre sized lots, I believe, that will have 10 feet of fill is part of 8 feet. 10 feet is what the plan calls for. They will slope backwards, so it's not across the entire site. They are walkout basements, so they're lower in the back, but the top of foundation is coming up at that, up in a substantial portion of the site. He indicated his trucks hold about 16 cubic yards, which is consistent with what Pat said. He said 16 to 20.
Exposing it to the sun. He just fucking buried it.
Andra, you need to mute. Excuse me. Okay, thank you.
So that's, they have also engaged a environmental scientist who they, said is doing reports throughout, and will provide, or do testing throughout, and will provide a report that shows that they've dealt with any of the soil in the proper ways that they need to. And that includes, and I recall Commissioner Dorsey explaining what he explained about some of the contaminants in the soil. It's the area they're concerned with is the easterlymost side of the site towards the lot that's going to be off Orchard Road on the most easterly side, where the contaminant is, and I'll get corrected, I'm sure, if I use the wrong terminology, but the contaminant stays suspended in the soil, and therefore it doesn't migrate out. It doesn't go down into deeper and dissipate, and it will stay there. So they have, I think that's the soil that they have to cover. And that will be covered, but then it stays there. It doesn't migrate because of the type of contaminant it is. And I remember Commissioner Dorsey describing that to us at one of the meetings. I don't know, it was with regard to this project or a different one.
Contaminated soil before this fill-in process of the detention pond area was said. I mean, there was this whole explanation about how they were going to get the sun to mitigate, how they were going to turn the soil over, how they were going to have this process in play. And at least that was the best of my recollection. And you're saying no? Okay. You're gonna,
So the contaminant that my recollection is that was discussed was an old pesticide called dieldrin. And there were hot spots on the property where I think we understood it's the area that Maureen is discussing now, and not consistent contamination throughout. But the dieldrin, the mixing is an activity that you would not want to do because the contaminant is attached to the dust particles, and the mixing and disturbance could cause those particles to become airborne.
okay.
So the goal with those types of contaminants is to cap them, to seal them where they're at. So at one point after the subdivision was approved, he was contacting, his consultant was contacting me, thinking that I was a remediation person. I am not. I referred him to the remediation division. And so they advised him the proper steps to take.
Okay. All right. All right. Think Andra wanted to add, oh, she's got her hand up.
Yep. I listened to both you and Diane, and I do recall, and because I think I asked Mr. Weber the question, where the areas were going to be or how it was going to be done. And he did say that he was going to do like a rototill type thing. But I'm thinking what's happened is maybe once he found out what he was actually dealing with, maybe this wasn't the solution to what he thought he could do. But I do recall the same thing that Joan remembers. So maybe something changed along the line when he realized what he was dealing with as far as the contamination and how to deal with it and the dust particles and everything, because that's the first time I even heard that from you, Diane. So, so if that's how he's going to be handling it and he's going to cap it or whatever he's going to do and just cover it, then
Yeah.
that's what he's going to do.
Yeah, now that Diane did bring it up, I do remember her talking about it during the deliberations. I mean, the hour was late too, I think. So, anyway, all right. Okay, but it's just a frustration I have, so that's it.
Can I make
I
an
mean,
additional comment about the dirt piles? So,
sure.
and Andrea either still has her hand raised or has something else to say as well, but the
I
dirt
do.
piles, the ones, so if you come in the old driveway on Orchard, and we were standing there, and that is the old gravel, the old road. There's a catch basin in that driveway. It's still the driveway that was there. And that's where we kind of, not being engineers or surveyors, used as benchmarks for the elevation in the original drawings and what was going to happen. So if you're on that driveway, the soil to the west going towards Kensington Road will be spread as the fill. And they are continuing to bring in soil. They need to get to those elevations. The soil that he's at this point stockpiling on the east side of that driveway is topsoil. One of the comments he made was that he brings the soil in waves. And I know that the consistency of the trucks, I'm just reiterating that how it was described to us, but he had the opportunity to get the topsoil right now. So he's stockpiling it in that area because he has topsoil he can take. It's all clean. He's, and he'll have to certify if he needs to certify, when the time comes. As I said, with anything that is an ask that may or may not be necessary, depends on what we find. The amount of debris and junk that he has piled around the property that he has sorted and screened and taken separated out is phenomenal. It will be, I can't imagine the soil could be dirtier, to be honest. So he is doing that, but just to kind of differentiate the amount of soil. And I wish I had the note that Paulie took on, we did ask the question of each truck, how much soil it takes to spread, how thick of how big an area you get. And I didn't bring that with me tonight, but each truck doesn't provide very much soil on a site that's that size. So in order to raise the elevation, it's a lot of soil and dirt, and both dirt and then the topsoil, just for the 6 inches of topsoil that 4 to 6 inches of topsoil they plan to put down. And they showed us the soil that's there. It is very rocky, granular, hard. It's not topsoil. He said there was no existing topsoil on the site, basically. Maybe small patches of it, but because of the greenhouses, because of the truck traffic, because of the plantings, the way he had plantings out, and actually he had a lot of concrete in there that was also unknown to the developer when they bought they said it was unknown to them when they bought the property. So
Okay, no, I'm just questioning if they're going 10 feet or more in height, are they compacting this soil as
So
opposed
our building inspector is very adamant about, and I've heard one of the assistants, Jeff, have conversations with people with regard to receiving their compaction data for construction. Our building inspectors, and my experience, are extremely adamant about getting those numbers they need in order to sign off on footings and on foundations.
Because if they gotta be on virgin soil, then they gotta dig down 10 feet, put a foundation in, if they're compacting it correctly, then their foundations could be higher, but.
Yeah, the building code requires the data, and to the best of my knowledge, they're asking for it because I've heard them ask for it.
Okay.
And seen it in writing. They put it on permits, they put it on requests that have come, that I've been copied on.
Well, the only thing I could say is that those trucks, I don't care about tsunamis or trucks because they're only carrying so much. Bottom line is, it's torturous for the people on Orchard Road. It's almost like a Chinese water torture. No sooner do you start to hear peace and quiet and a bird sing, and you've got this thing rumbling and chunking down the road. And if they could just start eliminating Orchard Road as the only way to get back and forth.
We did discuss.
Yes, we did.
Looping with him again,
And
yesterday,
tell
so-
him, make it so,
So,
because he's gone back to his evil ways and we need to sort.
Much shorter distance, Chamberlain Highway, they go either way.
It would be nice if they could go up, but
I did witness a truck come from Kensington Road and come in. So it wasn't going out, it was coming in, but I saw him pull in from the west side. That
well, then
doesn't
maybe
mean
there's more
equal
trucks than
numbers
we
not
know.
Coming from the other direction.
Yeah,
but
because all you gotta do is
one
just sit in
truck
front of
that
my
came while
house.
We were there, came from that direction.
I mean, when my husband tells me about it, like what the devil's going on with all those trucks up and down Orchard Road, then he's somebody, because he never notices stuff like that. He's out in the backyard doing stuff, but
Madam Chair,
yes,
I
go
can
ahead.
just
Anna.
put
Yep.
this to bed and I can put my hand down.
Then you
Maureen,
could go to bed.
you're
Yeah.
talking with Mr. Weber. You can ask him, because I do see that they use Orchard Road a lot, and there's 3 truck companies that they're using, and they're usually coming 2 and then one after another. So they're within 10 minutes of each other that they've been coming lately. But I have seen them go on Kensington Road also, and
Unbelievable.
may just want to
It's
ask him
torturous.
to tell his truck drivers just to maybe abide by the stop signs, because I see them blow through stop signs. And the speed limit would be appreciated also. Because we have people walking their babies and dogs and everything on that road. On both roads, Kensington and Orchard.
Yeah,
Just have a talk with them to,
it's
Yeah.
just punishing. I thought I thought we were finally gonna have a nice quiet summer, but it's turning out to be, I want to put a for sale sign up. It's crazy. All right. What you apologizing for? Be quiet.
Had to be a bad guy.
No,
and
that,
that's what I did.
Tim, you know what? Well, you're gonna be so bad that I'm gonna ask for the approval of the minutes of April 3rd. Motion. Okay, we got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Do I have a second by Mr. Dyken? Do I have further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed? Planners,
Motion to adjourn.
a motion to adjourn at 11:10. God, yes. Motion
Second.
to adjourn by
Second.
Ms. Jorsey, second by Mr. Dyken. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So moved. Love you guys. Thank you for joining by Zoom. Andra, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Good night.
Thank you. Oh, they're both muted. They're probably saying good night.
They're probably saying, hey, what the heck, we're out of here.